Nestor, ela vai puxar para o que eu não vou.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Can we have a minute of a silent prayer or meditation? Thank you. You can settle. Honorable members, the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature extends its most heartfelt sympathy for the loss of all departed souls since our last meeting. Our thoughts are with the families during this difficult time. We hope families will find some measure of acceptance and solace in their time of need. We offer them our sympathy and prayers for the days ahead in the hope that they will find peace and comfort. We wish to honor the following persons who have passed away. Mr. Erwin Janssen, a dedicated employee of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, who served as the NCOP coordinator in the legislature's NCOP liaison office in Cape Town. Mr. Sipho Tanjegwayo, who was the acting head of the Department of Community Safety and Liaison in Gauteng. Mr. Aaron Arthur Ferguson, professional known as Shona Ferguson, who was a legendary actor, executive producer, and a co-founder of Ferguson Films. Honorable Mr. Mthokozisi Nxumalo, an IFP member who served at our national parliament. An additional 61 people who were added to the initial total of 276 who had died due to the unrest in some part of our country, as reported on during our previous sitting. Mr. Dan Sechaba Monsitsi, a leader during the 1976 student uprising, who was among the leaders of the Soweto Student Representative Council, which planned and organized the march on June 16. He spent 3 years in Robben Island and was tortured for his role in organizing the march. Mrs. Tandiwe Ndlovu Kamakhoba, mother of Mrs. Nonto Molefe, Committee Coordinator. Honorable Mr. Max Steele, former Democratic Alliance Chief Whip in KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. The late Mr. Steele, who had been a municipal councillor in KZN, joined the National Assembly as a DA member in 2009. He joined the KZN Legislature in 2011 and served as a member of various committees, including the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. He became the DA Chief Whip in 2014 and retired in 2018. Mr. Christopher Tembe, father of Mr. Bongan Tembe, manager in the office of the Speaker. Mrs. Konjisiwe Norantombela, mother-in-law of the Honorable Mrs. Gian Swarpointombela. Mr. Lindelan Ngema, who served as a promotions manager for Ukhozi FM from 1993 until 2017 when he retired. The 30 people who died in the horrific bus crash near Kai Cuttings between East London and Butterworth on Monday, 16 August 2021. Among those who lost their lives are two babies aged between 2 and 4 months old. All the victims of the road fatalities in our province during the recent past and all the South Africans who have recently passed on as a result of COVID-19 related complication. Honorable members, let us observe a moment of silence in honor of these departed. May their soul rest in peace. Honorable members, I wish to remind you to continue to adhere to COVID-19 protocols at all times. Now I'll be moving to some announcements in the other paper, starting with the ruling on visual sitting. Honorable members are reminded that this visual sitting will be conducted in terms of the rules for visual meetings, read with our existing standing rules. In terms of Rule 6 of the rules for visual meetings, the quorum requirements for visual sittings of the House is as provided for in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the standing rules of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Standing Rules 44 of the Standing Rules provide that, I quote, at least 1/3 of all members of the legislature must be present to continue a plenary meeting of the legislature, close quote. Rules 44(2) further states that a majority of the members of the legislature must be present before a vote may be taken on a bill. The rules for virtual meeting also define present as follows, I quote, present means the attendance of a member in a visual meeting by electronic means in a manner that allows the member to join and participate in the meeting. Okay, now I can move to apologies. I've got the following apologies. Honorable K.I. Mshengu, MEC for Education, he is attending the National Selection Committee meeting. Honorable G.N. Swarpo Ntombela has a family bereavement. Honorable F.A. Rogers will leave the sitting at 11 due to prior commitment. The following EFF members have organizational commitments. Honorable Mr. M. Twala, Honorable N.L. Baipeli, Honorable A.V. Koza, Honorable S.S. Mteto, Honorable G.F. Mjali, Honorable N. Dlamini, Honorable Sacha, and Honorable P.P. Harris. And then we also have Honorable M.E. Pakati, who appear to have a party commitment. Honorable S.E. Manele, who has a family bereavement, and there are those members who are not well. Honorable Ms. M. Tuli and Honorable Mr. M.J. Mazibuko. Moving to birthdays, I want to take this opportunity to wish a belated happy birthday to Honorable P.H. Mbatakele on the 5th of August, Honorable Sihle Zigalalawa Premier on the 6th of August, Honorable LXH Shonga Mazada, 9th of August, Honorable P.N. Simango, 11th of August, Honorable N.L. Baipeli on the 16th of August. I hope all of you had a pleasant day. May your wishes be fulfilled now and in the future. I also wish to congratulate in advance the following members who will celebrate their birthday in the coming days and weeks of August. Honorable N.M. Koza, the 25th of August. Honorable N. Smelane, on the 22nd of August. Honorable S.H. Mtetwa, on the 23rd of August. Honorable A.V. Koza, on the 25th of August. Honorable C.J. Papas, on the 26th of August. May I also take this opportunity to wish you all the happiness and blessing this life can offer. Moving to Women's Month. We know that August is a Women's Month, so I would like to take this opportunity to wish all women and girls a happy Women's Month. 3.6 of the other paper take us to Health Institution Functionality Monitoring Program for the 25th to the 27th of August 2021. Members are reminded that as part of our oversight function, we will be embarking on a Health Institution Functionality Monitoring Program. The program will take place from Wednesday, the 25th of August, to Friday, the 27th of August. The focus area of this program will be vaccination sites. Members are requested to participate in this program. They need to play an active role in ensuring that our people get vaccinated and that where a second dose is required, people subject themselves to such an intervention. Okay, going to 3.7 about Hansard, reminder to members to email copies of their speeches to Hansard. Honorable members, it is very important for all members who participate in debates to email electronic copies of their speeches to Hansard every delivery, preferable in Word format and not in PDF format. At times, the quality of the acoustics during debates have proved to be challenging, and this is usually due to connectivity problem. This is not a problem which IT has any control over, and I therefore request all whips to ensure that their party members who are scheduled to speak during a debate email their speech to Mr. Alan Parrott, who is a control editor with Hansard and Languages Services in English, at Parrotta, Parrotta, at kznlegislature.gov.za. Alternatively, speeches may be sent to Ms. Jacqueline Stone, who is a manager, Hansard and Language Services in English, at stonej at kznlegislature.gov.za. We expect our manager to fully cooperate with this request and thank them in advance for their consideration. Another business of the day will be the visual briefing to members by the Financial Fiscal Commission, FFC. Honorable members, I request that you remain visually connected to the proceeding in the chamber immediately after the adjournment of the House. We have arranged for the members of the legislature to attend visual briefing by the Financial Fiscal Commission on its division of revenue submission for 2020-23. And then let's move to announcements or reports by the Premier. Honorable Premier, if you have any announcements, then I allow you this opportunity to present. Is there a problem with connection? Yeah, we, Honorable Premier, waiting for announcements, if any, on their part. That can't happen on the eve of your. Yeah, because there's still some sound problem. Yeah. Yeah. Premier, or you can just boot out and come back again. We'll wait. Don't you have another gadget nearby that may be interfering? Maybe, Honorable Premier, I don't mind to give you an opportunity while yes, and give you enough time to try and sort out those technical problems. Are you okay with that? Okay. Maybe we can then first move to the tablings of order paper, starting with KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, the budget performance in-year monitoring reports for the month of July 2021. The Standing Committee on Quality of Life, 5.2.1 report on oversight visit to Gelanison Farm and Wilson Holding in the King Cetshwayo district. 5.2.2 report on the Children's Parliament 2021. 5.2.3 report on the Youth Parliament 2021. And 5.2.4 report on oversight visit to Ikwezi Disability Center and Ekuphumuleni Kwamashandu Old Age Home at Mandeni in Ilembe District. 5.3, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which is Ubuhlebezo Municipality Annual Report 2019-20. On the Department of Finance is a report on an intervention at Mkhanyakude District Municipality and Emadlangeni Local Municipality in terms of Section 139(4) of the Constitution of 1996. Then 5.5 is a Public Service Commission to report to the KZN Provincial Legislature in terms of Section 196, Section 4E of the Constitution, read with Section 196, Section 6 of 1 April 2020 to March 2021. And maybe before we can move to formal motion, can we try again to see if we can get through the Premier?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure whether I'm audible enough.
You are, Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My apologies for the technical glitches that happened. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you, honorable members, and yourself in particular, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, we wish to take this opportunity to reinstate and emphasize our strongest condemnation of the disruption and looting that took place in the province at the beginning of July. The civil unrest and looting which recently visited upon KwaZulu-Natal left several businesses burnt down, looted of their goods, and effectively on their knees. Since then, as the provincial government, we have launched the KZN Rise, hashtag KZN Rise. KZN is open for business. This is the campaign to encourage businesses to reopen, rebuild, and rise again. Businesses are indeed rising from the ashes and are taking their places in the provincial economy. Today, we are pleased to welcome back Cipla, the global pharmaceutical company from India, which is relaunching after it was torched during the unrest. Cipla is a world leader in pharmaceutical goods, and from its Durban-based supply, they supply urgent medical aid to the world. We applaud Cipla's vote of confidence in our province, whose presence not only secure lives through medical supply, but will also continue to promote the livelihood of workers and those who do businesses and are suppliers to the manufacturer. KwaZulu-Natal is indeed rising and is open for business. Honorable Chair, on the 12th and the 13th of August last week, we embarked on a two-day roadshow in Gauteng where we showcased KwaZulu-Natal to international investors following the destructive protest which took place in the province recently. During our roadshow, we engaged with diplomats, ambassadors representing more than 40 countries, as well as businesses with interest in our province. We're pleased to report that every country we met has committed to retain their investment in our province, and many have pledged new investment. Allied to this, in November, we will be hosting the Intra-African Trade Fair in Durban, which serves as a platform to reignite continental trade and boost economic growth. Much work remains to be done, but we are pleased to report that our well-oiled campaign to rebuild and revive the economy is now truly in full swing. Honorable Chair, we are disturbed by the news that KwaZulu-Natal has now entered the third wave of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, which continues to leave a trail of death and destruction in our economy, in the country, as well as the rest of the world. We are equally disturbed by the increasing number of learners who have tested positive for COVID-19, leading to the suspension of classes for a number of days. We are, however, pleased that our vaccination program is progressing well, with close to 2 million people having vaccinated in the province. We encourage qualifying residents to register for vaccination and to do so immediately so that our province can reach population immunity. We must remember to adhere to COVID-19 protocols and to play our part in stopping and eventually conquering this pandemic. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to make this announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier, for those announcements. We can now move to formal motions. Now we are back to formal motions, but starting with the notices by the Chief Whip.
We don't have any formal motions from the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you. We can then move to notices of the bills or motions, which is on our, I do have a list here from the parties. That we are going to go through, and I'll call you. We have Honorable R.R. Pillay Honorable R. Pillay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting one, the recent civil unrest, all its underlying causes, and the agenda of those who seek to instigate, incite, divide, and destabilize. And two, the remarkable resilience of the people of KwaZulu-Natal who refuse to succumb to forces of negativity and division. This House applauds the determination of our provincial government, A, to strengthen the social compact between government, labor, business, and civil society, including religious and traditional leaders. B, to energize the implementation of the economic recovery, reconstruction, and transformation plan, and especially in the township and rural economies. And C, to vigorously engage all sectors with a message that seeks to reassure, rebuild, reinvest under the hashtag KZN Rising. Honorable Speaker, I shall so move.
Thank you. May I remind honorable members that since we are on YouTube, would like speaker to be on video and to be presentable on the video so that the people out there would take us serious. But we do trust you are professional enough to do that. So we'll move to the next speaker on my motion list. Let me see. Speaker Pele Zinhle.
Ngiyabingelela. Ngokuhlala kwalendlu ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. Lendlu yakuqaphela kwabantu abampisholo eClinics nguntulukazi abangamakhulu amathathu. Izigelekeqe zemigulukudu. Lendlu iphakamisa ukuthi uhulumeni aqinise uzinzo phakathi kwabantu abangomtsinsi ukuzimilela kuleli ladi kanye nabomdabu. Futhi zonke izigilamkhuba nezeqembu ngisho ngathiwa yiliphi ngisho le-DA ziboshwe ezitholakala ukuthi zaziyingxenye zokubhebhethekisa lolunya lokubulawa kwabantu. Ngiyakuphakamisa.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Honorable F.A. Rogers of the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the DA notes with great concern the anarchy and insurrection that destroyed parts of KwaZulu-Natal after the incarceration of Jacob Zuma. This, as senior ANC leaders, including the Premier, continue to display their undying support for Jacob Zuma, inflaming the situation. Further noting that Jacob Zuma, through his attorneys, is now claiming that the ANC, and not himself, benefited financially from the arms deal scandal. Clearly, this insurrection and anarchy is an ANC problem, with internal factions spilling out into our streets. This House resolves that the Premier and the entire African National Congress apologize to the province for their role in the destruction of the province. I shall so move. Thank you.
Now, the next speaker, Honorable M.A. Chiliza.
Somlomo ngokuhlala kwale ndlu okulandelayo egameni likaKhondosi ngiyakuphakamisa ukunengeka ngobulwane obukhonjiswa abathize endaweni yasePhoenix lapho sibone kuhlahlelwa kudutshulwa kuphinde kushiswa abantu bakithi bengezanga lutho kanye nempahla zabo okuhlanganisa nezimoto kanye nezingane ezincane. Somlomo ukhongolose walwela inkululeko ngoba ufuna ukuhlenga izimpilo zabantu kuphele nokubukelana phansi. Ngifisa ukunqoma-ke amaphoyisa ngomsebenzi asewenzile ukubopha ezinye zalezi gilamkhuba eziyingxenye yalobulwane. Esithembayo nokho ukuthi ukushushiswa kwabo kuzoba nomphumela wokuyobhadla emajele noma ejele. Somlomo nendliyonke sikukhongolose sigxeka kakhulu okwenziwe iqembu le-EFF maqondana nalesigameko ukuthi iphakamise uqwembe ezinkundleni zokuxhumana ithi i-ANC ibulela abantu ePhoenix. Lokhu kwabe kungukusebenzisa ipolitiki eshibhile futhi kunobukhulu ubudedengu. Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Governor of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On the next sitting days, I shall move as follows. This House, noting that yesterday marked the 29th anniversary of the assassination of Ruth Firth, who was killed by a parcel sent by Craig Williamson, who was also involved in the assassination of Ongopotse Tiro. Further noting that there are many freedom fighters whose killers remain unknown and unpunished, this House resolves to welcome the inquest into the death in detention of Dr. Hussein Hafaji and calls for his killers to be brought to book, as should all those responsible for the deaths of freedom fighters. I shall so move.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. Now we are going to move to Honorable I. Kikia of the DA.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows, noting that 1, until last week, schools recorded 6,389 COVID-19 cases. 2, that not all primary schools are ready for full-time return of learners. 3, numerous have challenges, including PPE shortages. 4, schools such as Siposetu Primary in the Pinetown district are misleading the MEC about the availability of space for safe physical distancing. Learners are stuffed into classrooms. 5, to curb school transmissions, everyone must toil to reduce community transmissions. This House resolves 1, that the MEC must urgently direct an audit of physical distancing, COVID-19 protocols, and stock levels of PPE at all of our schools. And 2, those responsible for shortcomings identified through this process must be charged and even fired. So shall I move. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Kikia. I don't know whether you did adhere to the dressing code there, but I left that to Honorable Rogers to have a look at.
Is he reminding you of Taliban?
Okay, can we
Mr. Deputy
then
Speaker,
move
it's
to,
cold. I have a jacket on, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
can we move to Minority Funds, Mrs. Chakarosh Bansi?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move that in 2019, the ruling party came in with a clear mandate via its manifesto to govern. From July 9, 2021, we've witnessed gross misgovernance. The people's social contract has been severed due to government's policies of furtherance of vested interests, which are designed to aid the political fortunes of the enactors. The economic sabotage shows a breakdown between government and the governed. This Honourable House calls on the Honourable Speaker to ensure legislature sittings takes place weekly so that government departments can be held accountable and are pushed to perform so that ordinary masses benefit. Moved by Mrs. Rajbansi of the Minority Front.
Okay. Next will be Honorable S.W. Mshengu of the ANC.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, in the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The July unrest which engulfed the entire province of KwaZulu-Natal left a trail of economic and environmental destruction. Noting the torching of chemical warehouse based at Konopia Industrial Hub in Durban caused an environmental pollution of huge proportion, especially to our Umhlanga River and its ecosystem. Neighboring communities, including schools, were and are still affected as they breathe the contaminated air. This House hereby resolves the Department of Environment and Conservation with municipalities undertake an audit of all warehouses within the province for compliance and that may be hazardous to human and nature in the event of fire or explosion, and further develop a quick, safe response to such. I shall so move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we are going to move to CJ Papas of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House. This House notes that, under the leadership of the African National Congress, the Msunduzi municipality has declined on most measurable fronts. 2, politically and administrative interventions by the Premier and the MEC for Kokta have failed to improve the situation in Msunduzi. 3, the residents of Msunduzi are suffering due to frequent power outages, infrastructure failure, filth, water and sanitation related problems. And 4, political and administrative instability in Msunduzi have collapsed the functionality of council. This House therefore resolves that 1, Msunduzi must immediately be dissolved in terms of section 139 of the Constitution. 2, Kokta must commission an independent investigation into the systematic collapse of Msunduzi. And 3, the Premier must acknowledge that he and his executive have failed to lead successful provincial interventions to resolve political and administrative failures in Msunduzi. So shall I move.
Now we are going to move to Honorable Shongo Madlala of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows, noting the unverified media reports on increasing number of infections in our schools. Secondly, noting that already two children are reported to have passed on because of this deadly coronavirus. 3, further noting that parents are calling for closure of schools in this regard. I therefore resolve as follows: to ask the Honorable MEC K.I. Mshengu of Education to address this House on plans to curb the effects of COVID-19 in our schools, and further to report on this House on availability of PPEs in our schools, especially at this time. I shall so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hlongwa Madlala. Next will be Honorable Virana of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. At the next sitting of this House, I will move as follows. Noting one, that Premier Zikalala and MEC Simelane Zulu announced that KwaZulu-Natal is in the COVID-19 third wave. Two, that there were several political super spreader events in KwaZulu-Natal, including outside the Pietermaritzburg High Court and outside the Nkandla homestead of the former president. Both the Premier and the health MECs attended these super spreader events. And three, additionally, the riots and the looting of July caused by internal ANC factions were super spreader events in themselves. Hereby resolve that in addition to increasing the availability of hospital beds and the vaccine rollout, the Premier and the MEC of Health should apologize to KwaZulu-Natal residents for their contribution towards this province's third wave. I so move.
Thank you. I wish I was so close to see what badge are you wearing. Now we are going to have our last speaker on the list, which is Honorable N.R. Machola.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes one, the declaration of the COVID-19 pandemic by the World Health Organization. Two, the mutation rate of the virus as adaptation strategy, with the resurgence that is being seen in 4 of the KZN districts. 3, the vaccination program launched by the National Department of Health with the objective of achieving herd immunity provincially and nationally. 4, high levels of morbidity as well as mortality within our communities and our frontline health workers. This House resolves the finalization of the minimum staff establishment request by both of Office of the Premier and Treasury to assist the staffing problem in our hospitals. 2, concerted efforts on community mobilizations by us as the legislators to increase the vaccine coverage indicator. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Machola. We have now covered all the names on the list, on the motions, on the notice of bills or motions. We are now going to move to item 8 on the order paper, starting with the reports by the MEC for Transport, Community Safety and Liaison on plans and progress by the KwaZulu-Natal Government to prevent crime in order to build safer communities. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature. It's a great honor for me to engage honorable members of this House in order to report on the safety measures
that have been put in place to create a safe and peaceful environment in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Sethula lo mbiko ngesikhathi esibaluleke kakhulu ezweni lakithi njengoba sigubha inyanga yabantu besifazane. Kanti kungumsebenzi wethu ukuqikelela ukuthi bonke abantu bavikelekile, ikakhulukazi izingane kanye nabesifazane. Siyazi ukuthi ukuze abantu besifazane bazizwe bephephile, kufanele baqale baphephe emakhaya abo uqobo. Owayengumongameli waseMalawi uJoyce Banda wathi ngelinye ilanga mangimcaphuna, the seeds of success in every nation on earth are best planted in women and children. Ngivala ukucaphuna. Uma njengesizwe sihluleka ukuvikela abesifazane nezingane, sizovuna kanjani izithelo na? Honorable members, this report is presented at the backdrop of the recent destructive unrest that shook the country and the international community as a whole. The situation was a stain in the fabric of the country as we witnessed the province of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng engulfed in flames and chaos. Warehouses, shopping centers, and businesses were looted, and infrastructure was reduced to ashes. It was for this reason that our Honorable Premier, Sihlezi Kalala, filed an application to the presidency that what had happened in our province in the month of July should be accorded a status that of the state of disaster. Honorable members, between the 9th and the 15th of July 2021, our province experienced sporadic public violent protests which targeted major strategic transport routes, motorists, small to large businesses including warehouses and factories, and the road freight industry. The protest initially started as a concern by a few aggrieved community members, but within days it had developed to serious chaos. There were increasing threats to disrupt key economic points like ports, airports, and other national key points, and to destroy water and electricity infrastructure. The individuals who were fueling the riots were making use of social media platforms to spread their agenda and to cause a widespread panic among communities. Our law enforcement agencies were stretched very thin as these protests were well orchestrated. The situation started to improve when members of the South African National Defence Force were deployed in the province. They were tasked with assisting the police in protecting our national key points, which then enabled the South African Police Service members to get on the ground to quell the violence. Regarding the damage to infrastructure, I wish to indicate, honorable members, that the severity of the damage that was caused is as follows. Regarding malls and shopping centers, there are 89 malls and shopping centers that were destroyed. One hospital got affected. There were 45 warehouses that got affected. And there were 22 factories that were destroyed, including food distribution factories. There were 8 banks that were affected and 66 ATMs affected. Liquor outlets were 89, and liquor distributors that were affected were 8, and there were 37 trucks that were banned. Regarding the racial tensions, Honorable Speaker, I wish to indicate that while we were all busy trying to extinguish the flames, the problem took another turn and displayed a serious racial tension in some areas, but mainly around Phoenix, Chatsworth, Verulam, and Northdale, which is in Pietermaritzburg. We once again condemn the racial attacks that took place there, where people were profiled simply based on their race. The problem was mainly between the Africans and the Indian communities. What is, or let me say, Black African people and the Indian communities, what is even more worrying, Honorable Speaker, is that people, including harmless women, were attacked while driving on public roads, and they were forced out of their vehicles and assaulted, and some were even killed. To date, we know that at least we have been receiving reports that 36 people lost their lives. And we are, however, happy with the level of interventions that we saw, especially from the Honorable Minister of South African Police Service, Minister General Peggy Cele. Over 30 detectives were assigned to investigate the cases in Phoenix, and at least 33 suspects have since been arrested, and they are currently attending cases for their alleged involvement. It is regrettable that among those arrested, 2 of them are police reservists who were arrested for allegedly defeating the ends of justice by trying to influence witnesses. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we will not rest until all those responsible for the brutal murders of innocent people are convicted. Community members also conveyed to us that there was an involvement of private security companies. And I must say, Honorable Speaker, that the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, CIRA, is currently investigating these allegations. And furthermore, police have confiscated about 162 firearms from the 7 private security companies. They have also seized 112 firearms from various individuals around the areas that are mentioned during police operations. And all these weapons have been sent for ballistic testing. Honorable members, we are satisfied that the bodies at the Phoenix mortuary, which were linked to the Phoenix killings, have all been identified. And Honorable Speaker, we once again send our heartfelt condolences to the families of those who lost their lives in this tragedy. We are pleased that the situation is slowly returning to normalcy, but efforts are still being exerted to bring lasting peace within these communities. As the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, we have established peace committees in all areas that were affected by these racial tensions. We have also convened community dialogues to ensure that all those affected by this incident are able to come to the table and have peaceful discussions towards the resolutions of issues instead of resorting to violent means. Honorable members, we support and appreciate the work currently being done by the Chapter 9 institutions in trying to integrate these communities. The Commission for the Protection of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Rights is currently conducting hearings with the affected communities. Upon conclusion of their task, they will provide us with their report containing detailed recommendations on how to deal with the situation moving forward. Barricades in other areas were also conducted in a racial approach where Black African residents were disallowed to access their homes based on the color of their skin. We condemn that vehemently. So, Honorable Speaker, and the Human Rights Commission also has also intervened in trying to investigate what actually transpired in these communities. We appreciate the participation of community policing forums who intervened in various areas to douse the burning fires of thievery and looting. The Department of Community Safety and Liaison and the Department of Arts and Culture, Sports and Recreation have entered into a memorandum of understanding. It's believed that sporting and cultural activities may help to give a platform for people to talk and add their views, and hopefully people will start to heal in that way. Honorable Speaker, I nearly said Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the province, we also acknowledge that we are still battling with the tensions between farming communities. Our goal here is to see farm owners and farm dwellers living together in peace. In April this year, as government delegation led by the Honorable Premier, we met with the farming communities in northern KwaZulu-Natal. We started in Pongolo and moved to Vryheid, and thereafter concluded our engagements in Newcastle. The purpose of the visit was mainly to interact with all stakeholders and to assess the stability in this sector. The Department of Agriculture and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison are working together in developing interventionist programs that will totally eradicate the tensions that are glaringly prevalent in farming communities. Honorable members, we are also worried about increasing incidents of human trafficking in our country. Vulnerable girls and boys are being recruited, transported, and transferred in various areas for different reasons, such as being used as slaves, as sex workers, and also as drug smugglers. This is a nationwide problem, but our province, in places like Inanda, to be specific, has been identified as the hotspot. As the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, we therefore have a responsibility to create a platform for a robust engagement on this serious problem. Honourable members, we are also concerned about the rising number of cases pertaining to gender-based violence in our province. Our province is ranked amongst top provinces where this kind of violence is prevalent. We, however, appreciate the work that has been done by the KwaZulu-Natal Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences units that are performing under the operating under the South African Police Services in continuing to make the province a safer and better place for women and children by putting perpetrators of gender-based violence in jail. We know that this year we are celebrating one of the outstanding women, Mayor Charlotte Matlege, who during her time ensured that women's voices are heard. Honourable members, last week I was amongst the delegation that accompanied the Honourable Premier to meet with the international diplomats representing 40 countries in an effort to rebuild and to present our province as an investment destination of choice. Honourable Premier Zikalala assured the world of the provincial government's effort in advancing peace and promoting social cohesion and moral regeneration amongst our communities. The message that was expressed by all in that engagement was clear for all to understand that KwaZulu-Natal is ready for business, KwaZulu-Natal is rising, KwaZulu-Natal is bouncing back. Honourable members, as the government, we understand that for our province to prosper, again, we need to fasten our security screws and nuts. Although the violent protests have since died out and the situation is calm for now, but the threat is not yet over. While we continue to count the impact of the devastating scenes, I can assure you that as the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, we have developed and we are implementing a clear security plan to stabilize our province. Our plan includes the deployment of law enforcement agencies to guard all strategic points, such as the national key points, which includes airports and major traffic routes. We will also be intensifying our early detection efforts in order to avoid being caught off guard. Honourable members, we are all aware that law enforcement agencies have made a serious progress in apprehending those who are alleged to have been responsible for these violent crimes, as there are more than 2,900 people who have been arrested for various crimes relating to the recent civil unrest in the province. The provincial police commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, activated the Provincial Joint Operations and Intelligence Structure, where all stakeholders that are responsible for fighting crime meet and discuss and plan the way forward. Furthermore, an integral operational plan was also developed to respond to the identified threats and risks with a focus on maintaining visibility in key areas in order to respond appropriately and swiftly. And a joint operational command center to manage operations has also been activated. Malunga hloniphekile kulamasonto adlule kubonakala izibalo zalabo abatheleka igciwane i-COVID-19 zinyuka ngendlela eyisimanga. Kanti undunankulu uzikalala ukubeke kwacaca ukuthi kunezindawo zobumnandi ezibonakala zingayihloniphi imigomo nemlayelo. Ngifuna ke uqinisekisa ukuthi labo abazotholakala bephula lemlayelo bazobhekana nengalo yomthetho. Sifisa futhi ukukhumbuza abantu bakithi ukuthi lemiyalelo ibekelwe ukuvikela bona, ibekelwe ukuvikela thina sonke. Honorable Speaker, our law enforcement agencies remain on high alert and will continue with our law enforcement operations, including those targeting stolen goods, illegal firearms, and conducting roadblocks. Honorable Speaker, let us all declare that hashtag KwaZulu-Natal province is bouncing back, hashtag KwaZulu-Natal province is rising, and hashtag KwaZulu-Natal province is ready for business. Together, we can successfully fight against crime and injustices in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mapela. Kanti ungakhathazeki nje, that's what we fought for, to be non-sexist. So, bengeke ngibe nenkinga. We are now going to move to item 8.2 on our order paper. The report by the MEC for Social Development on plans and progress by KwaZulu-Natal Government in the fight against gender-based violence in order to build safer communities. Over to you, Honorable Mandemande.
Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Premier, Honorable Zikalala. Greetings to all members of the Executive and members of the Legislature. It is an honor for me to be given an opportunity to present before this House on the progress and plans by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And the purpose for this presentation, Honorable Speaker, is to outline the plans and progress by the government of KwaZulu-Natal in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide. And if I can give a short background, on the 2nd of August 2018, the Honorable President Ramaphosa was handed a memorandum of understanding on the steps of the union buildings, where the organizers of the total shutdown called for a gender summit. convened and funded by government. A representative of the hashtag Total Shutdown National Committee said, and I quote, "The 24 demands in our memorandum signify 24 years of democracy in which women and gender non-conforming people have been ignored." It is fortunate that the President, Honorable President Ramaphosa, responded swiftly on that. In September 29, the Premier called for a provincial emergency rollout plan in response to the call by the President of South Africa. The Office of the Status of Women, in collaboration with DSD Social Development, facilitated a sector-wide process to prepare the plan, which was approved by KwaZulu-Natal Cabinet and implemented in all districts using Operation Sukumasake model. The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide seeks to provide a cohesive strategic framework to guide the national response in the hyper-endemic gender-based violence femicide crisis in which South Africa finds itself. Its development was facilitated by the Interim Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Steering Committee, guided by the National Framework. The KZN Gender-Based Machinery Committee developed a contextualized KZN strategy to implement the implementation plan that analyzes and highlights areas of focus for intervention in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The strategic aim to localize interventions and involve communities and other stakeholders which are dealing with this scourge of grassroots level. The vision of the KZN Provincial Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Strategy says, and I quote, "By 2025, KwaZulu-Natal Province shall be resilient, united front, relentlessly fighting and eradicating any emergence of violence unleashed against women and children." The strategic plan have 6 pillars which concentrated on. The first pillar is accountability, coordination, and leadership. The second one is prevention, rebuilding of social cohesion. Thirdly, protection, safety, and justice. The fourth one, response, care, support, and healing. The fifth is economic empowerment. The sixth is research, information management systems. The Department of Social Development is responsible for the Pillar 4, response, care, support, and healing. This one, especially the response side, we saw that in the current and recent incident, whereby a Bergville child, an 18-year-old, was attacked and raped towards her journey to school under Inkosi yakwaHlongwane eMangwaneni. So we said, let us respond very quick in collaboration with other stakeholders, especially the traditional leadership and government, the local government. Especially this pillar seeks to ensure that every survivor of gender-based violence and femicide has access and appropriate sensitive response, care and support, that facilitate immediate containment, medium to long-term healing, and urgency towards reclaiming their bodies, mental and physical health, well-being, and lives. It recognizes that effective response, care, and support is integral to healing and comprehensively working towards eradicating gender-based violence and femicide in the province and nationally. It gives meaning to Articles 7 to 9 and 12 to 13 in the declaration arising from the Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence. The achievements in relation to the plan are as follows. The pillar covers the following interventions: strengthened existing response, care and support services by the state and the civil society in ways that are victim-centered and survivor-focused to facilitate recovery and healing. Secondary victimization is eliminated through addressing specific individual and systemic factors that drive it. Victims feel supported by the system to access the necessary psychosocial material and other support required to assist them with their healing. Strengthened community and institutional responses to provide integrated care and support to gender-based violence survivors and their families that take into account linkages between substance abuse and HIV and AIDS. The pillar 1, accountability, coordination, and leadership, to highlight the achievements by our government on the implementation of the strategic plan. In 2019, an interim gender-based violence and femicide plan was developed and implemented by departments and municipalities. Developed, implemented, and monitored a 365 gender-based violence campaign. We said, let us not focus on the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence only, but let us strengthen our campaigns. In 2020, regular reporting on implementation progress presented to KZN Cabinet. Report on implementation progress on gender-based violence was produced. First draft for a provincial gender-based violence strategy was produced in November 2020. In doing this, we were led strictly by the Office of the Premier, which assists in coordination. The provincial gender-based violence framework strategy and implementation plan was developed. Provincial gender machinery was revitalized by the appointment of gender focal points from all departments, municipalities, civil and civil society organizations. This was done for proper coordination in fighting this scourge. The establishment of a provincial gender-based violence steering committee, which was instrumental in the development of the provincial gender-based violence strategic implementation plan. The gender-based violence technical working group, which serves as a provincial rapid response, was established. The Office of the Premier coordinated the consultative workshops on Women's Charter with an aim to review Women's Charter in order to take stock of achievements gained since 1994 and to assess systematic weaknesses that continue to impede the advancement and realization of gender equality in South Africa. About 120 women participated. The district development model have been established in all 10 districts and the metro in the province. Furthermore, through DDM, the following clusters have been established. One, the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster. The second, the Social Protection Community, and the Human Development Cluster Committee to address, among other issues, the social issues within community. These structures were created to form a synergy to the provincial structures. So for proper coordination, we wanted to have those structures in our districts. The Pillar 2, under Pillar 2, there's a number of intervention programs. Like in 2019, a dialogue was held on the 1st of December in Madlangeni municipality. There were testimonies from survivors. The MEC and delegates visited Emadadeni SAPS police station and delivered some comfort packs at the Tutuzela care centers. That was just a peaceful march. In 2020, a provincial summit for rural women on gender-based violence was held. It was aimed to challenge the normalization of violence against women and children, gender stereotype and roles on rural women, and to challenge condoning of violence against women and children. It was held virtually. As we understand, we need to align ourselves with the regulations. And to create a safety environment for women and vulnerable groups, Marian Ridge Park, as part of creating a safe environment, the community safe structures working with departments under volunteers embarked on cleaning campaign, focusing in the area where women and children are targeted. These achievements, Honorable Speaker, have been led by different departments. We find the Department of Community Safety and Liaison leading other programs. You find there's a number of them. Others are led by Department of Sports. Others are led by Departments of Social Development. In 2021, a program which was hosted by Department of Community Safety and Liaison of School Safety program on gender-based violence at Ugu, as Ugu has that history of women which have been killed. There were a number of interventions which were made under Ugu. The Premier himself led one of the dialogues at Ugu, dialogue with different stakeholders, Amakosi, traditional, all traditional healers, traditional leaders, and the religious sector. The dialogues were meant to create a working relationship between traditional leaders and community on human rights, addressing the challenges of abuse of human rights through traditional practices. We understand that there is a number of injustices which are done under traditional practices. We like the isiko whereby abantu bathi umkhuba bokuthwala bawuthathe njengane one of the cultural practice. At Othugela district, the district held a program of widows on the 4th of February. Othugela districts were gathered to assess all the activities and celebrate the Valentine's Day. They also raised the issue of gender-based violence that occurred in their communities. Women were encouraged to speak out when they are abused. We have targeted different sector, Honorable Speaker, because women who live as widows or as single parents are being targeted at some point in our communities. So we needed the voice of those women. The provincial treasury held a distribution of sexual harassment policy review on March 23 as part of the induction of new appointees. It was a virtual seminar. And the murder of the LGBTIQ had led programs that address the community on the harmful effects of discriminatory practices in the communities. We are saying no to this, and it should come to a stop. The murder, especially this gruesome killing of people who have made their choices, ukuthi bazophila kanjani, bazophila nobani, and they are our kids. We need to support them. So we would welcome more of these awareness programs coming from all areas and all corners of KwaZulu-Natal, in municipalities and all departments, even the NPOs. There are 120 safe parks in the province. Training was held for 18 safe parks on COVID-19 information. On the 26th, 2021, the commemoration of Human Rights Day was held at Waterloo with social development in conjunction with Upaka Youth Organization that reached 150 youth. We take our NPOs on board, especially if government fund these NPOs, especially if government have funded a number of them, especially the youth NPOs. We need to we have just taken this campaign, all the campaign with them. You'll see as we move downwards. Honorable Speaker, under Pillar 3, which is protection, safety, and justice. In 2019, the Department of Justice and NPA held a series of workshops on the protection, safety, and justice from all districts through training of SAPs and on how to handle gender-based violence cases at the police stations. We have seen that yielding positive results, especially at Ugu under Umthwalume. In 2020, Umzinyati district under Umvoti local municipality, the Department of Community Safety led an awareness campaign as well, taking about 250 people, which was held in partnership with other departments. Social development, Operation Sukumasake. And at Umgungundlovu, Emsunduzi, especially with central area ya KwaJikajo. On the 1st of December 2020, the Department of Community Safety, working with community safety structures and other departments, held
Show is called.
I will submit the report, Honorable Chairperson, because a lot have been done by the provincial government in trying to curb the scourge of gender-based violence. And it is highly supported. It is highly applauded that the office of the Speaker as well have supported these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We are now going to move to item 8.3, which is a debate on the report by the Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture on its visit to the mega library in Poshafston. We are now going to receive a report by the Portfolio Committee Chairperson of Arts and Culture on the report on Poshafston Mega Library, Honorable Bishop E.V. Dube.
Angibonge ngikhona Deputy Speaker. Angibonge kakhulu Deputy Speaker. Would like to read the report or give the report of the visit of the Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee that was undertaken on the Friday of the 25th of October 2019. The activities of the day included the walkaround or walkabout in the Mega Library and the committee workshop that was held in the Maritime Museum. This report presents the findings of the 30 minutes walkabout at the Mega Library. Mhlambe ke angisho ukuthi ikomiti lethu lik-appreciate kakhulu ukubona ukuthi uhulumeni waKwaZulu-Natal u-Arts and Culture unohlobo lwe-library efana nale yase-Potchefstroom oyiyona okwasibhuguzela ukuthi ke siyobona into esiyenzile njengohulumeni waKwaZulu-Natal no-Arts and Culture. Esakubona khona ukuthi umsebenzi muhle kakhulu wenziwe ngecophelo eliphezulu. Nokho kwabakhona ezinye izinto esayiphawula nje ukuthi mhlambe ukuze isebenze kangcono e-library ziyokwazi ukuthi sizifake noma sizisuggeste ukuthi zenzeke. Le library ese-Potchefstroom Mega Library has costed the department 77,561,889,000. The funds were from the National Conditional Grant allocated in respect of the Community Library Service Grant. The principal agent was Abakali Quality Surveyors and the contractor was Sia Zama Construction. This project started on the 31st of May 2016 and was completed on the 16th of July 2019. The department purchased furniture and equipment approximately to 3 million. During the construction, a total of 160 jobs were created. This included 64 females and 96 males. Out of the 160 job opportunities, 40 were youth, 16 female and 24 male. And there were no disabled person employed at that time. As a result of this project, we created 6 permanent jobs in the operation of this Mega Library. There was a previously old library at the municipality building. However, that library was too small to sustain or accommodate the demands of the community, and the department could not introduce new services due to limited library space. The functionality of the library, it was fully functional on the day of our visit. It was reported that the library was officially opened on 11 April 2019 by former Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, T.W. Mchunu. It opened its doors on the 29th of April 2019. It was reported that the library operates from Monday to Saturday. It is open from 9:30 to 16:30 during the week. Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee raised concern over the late opening of the doors of the public library during the weekdays. As a committee, we recommended that the library reconsider changing its opening times for public, as most learners and public needed to use the library from 8 o'clock in the morning. We looked at the library space. The Mega Library of Potchefstroom is 2,700 square meters, and it is a three-story building with the following facilities. On ground floor, there is a circulation or landing area. There is also children's section with toys and gaming for early childhood development. There is also a gaming room for recreational purposes and gaming equipment. And also the group activity room is stationed in the ground floor. In the second floor, there is a reference section to support the reference material, including dictionaries and encyclopedias. 2, there are discussion boardrooms for groups and staff meetings. There is also a mini library for blind, which is a special project for the visually impaired. On the 3rd floor, there is an IT room which hosts about 24 computers, which include 13 community computers with internet access. There is an open outside area, and there's also a magazine area or magazine shelves. It was reported that the library has study area that can accommodate approximately 300 people at a time, up to 24 computers with public internet access. The library has 28,900 library material to cater for the diverse information needed. There are staff offices in each floor. Public toilets with disabled toilets are located at the ground floor. Each floor has toilet for disabled people. The library has about 30 parking bays at the back of the library for the public. The library has a staff of 1 senior librarian, 3 librarians, 6 library assistants, 2 cyber cadets, and 3 EPWP workers. It was reported that the senior librarian who oversees 7 libraries and 3 modular libraries within local municipality has her office also in the mega library. Each floor had a suitable qualified librarian and 2 librarians per floor to ensure that the community gets professional services. It was reported that the department and local municipality has signed a memorandum of understanding of the new library. Department transferred 1.3 million in 2018-2019 towards staffing cost as well as operational cost to Renkonyeni local municipality. Allocation for staffing will be increased annually by 5%. Lastly, the security. It was reported that the mega library does not have an alarm system. However, local municipality has contracted a security firm to secure all municipality buildings. This firm also secured the mega library. There are 3 security guards at the library who are mending the gate and the boom gate. There is also security at night. The library has a radio frequency identification, which is helping at the entrance to allow people to come in automatically and as they are being identified. This is for the purpose of identifying library material that is taken out unlawfully. Then the committee made a recommendation. We noted that the library opens the door at 9:30 during the weekdays. The portfolio committee recommended that this must be reviewed as some library users require to use the library from 8 in the morning. And lastly, we noted that the magazine shelves were empty, and as a portfolio committee, we recommended that the department must fast-track the appointment of service providers for the magazines. One would say the library that we visited is one of a good example that this department is doing a great work to empower the young people and ensure that the generation is secured when it comes to their needs. And that is why we also recommended that they open at 8 so that they allow the students who must come to the library before they even go to school if they have to do assignments. I want to thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of Arts and Culture. We are now going to our first honorable member to debate on the subject from the African National Congress, Honorable J.N. Pele for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members. Ngiyanibingelela kakhulukazi kule nyanga yabomama abantu besifazane ngaphansi kwesisho esithi wathinta abafazi wathinta imbokodo. Honorable Speaker, a few days ago we were celebrating
Just ungathi ungalungisa kahle awuvelile kahle useceleni.
Ngiyabonga Speaker.
Awuphinde futhi. Kancane.
Phinda nakho.
Awunike.
Nakho-ke. Bakithi.
Now you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Kule nyanga yabantu besifazane ngaphansi kwesiqubulo esithi in the year of Mama uCharlotte Maxeke, and kuyinyanga yabantu besifazane. Few days ago we were celebrating the revolutionary mass action of the 9th August 1956 by women of South Africa, in general led by African National Congress Women's League, who marched against the brutal and oppressive past laws of the apartheid regime. Today, we debate on arts and culture and how such has contributed to change society for centuries. Culture can be defined as the behavior, way of life, arts, beliefs, and organizational institution of populations that are passed down from generation to generation. It's the way of social life which the entire society subscribe to. Culture may be traced back to Homo sapiens and other species that live in that era, and it evolved as the humankind evolved till to date. Art can also be defined as the expression of application of human skills and imaginations in a visual painting, audio, sculpture, etc. The kind of work that is produced to be appreciated or determined, admired for its beauty and its emotional power. Art can be traced back during the Stone Age. Arts and culture has evolved from generation to generation. It's also influenced education, the law and order in the society, and the governance as well as socio-econopolitical. Kunobuciko kanye namasiko imvelaphi yawo esukela emandulo. Kunemidwebo etholakala emadwaleni nasemigedeni eminingi emhlabeni jikelele. Eminye yale mibhalo iqukethe indlela amanye amasiko okwakumelwe alandelwe ngaleyo ndlela ebaluliwe. Kuleyo mbhalo kunemifanekiso enhlobonhlobo yemibazo nebunjiwe neqoshiwe yeminyakanyaka esatholakala emazweni ahlukene, ngisho nakuleli likaMthaniya iyatholakala. Kunamaculo abeculwa ukudlulisa imiyalezo ethile esizweni, ukungaba imiyalezo yokuhle noma okubi, okuke kwangamela isizwe, lokhu okuyinkomba yokuthuthuka kwezobuciko nendlela labo ababephila ngaleso sikhathi. Ngiyeba ngale nje, Honorable Speaker, ukuthi eminyakeni ezayo siyothola iculo ngamaciko elikhuluma nge-COVID. Kunemibhalo eminye eminingi ezweni laseGibhithe ekhomba ukuqala kwempucuzeko yezobuciko, imfundo nezamasiko. Imidanso eyahlukene nayo ineqhaza elikhulu kwezobuciko, amaculo, imibazo, okubunjiwe, okuqoshiwe kanye nemidlalo eshashalazi ziyakwazi ukudlulisa isikompilo kwizizukulwane ngezizukulwane ezilandelayo ukuze zazi amasiko nobuciko bokhokho. Ubuciko namasiko, Honorable Speaker, kufundisa ngobuntu kanye nozwelo ebantwini futhi kugcina imiphakathi yethu ibumbene. Kuyasiza ekugcineni amagugu esizwe akwazi ukudlulisela kuzizukulwane kunemikhuba eyenziwayo isizwe ize igcine isingamasiko kuleli likaphunga nomagebhe. Kunemikhosi eyahlukahlukene eyisiko lwethu singabala umkhosi woselwa noma umkhosi wokweshwama lapho kusuke kunesivuno sokuqala bese kuthi ekuqaleni sekungangezwe lakhe kuba nguye ohola lolo hlobo nomcimbi umkhosi womhlanga lapho izintombi ziya koviliyela zigubha ukuziphatha kahle nokuzigcina izintombi nto. Lokhu kufundisa intsha kakhulukazi yesifazane ukuba izithibe ukuba iye ocansini ingendile futhi igweme nokukhulelwa kwamantombazane esemancane kakhulu osikubiza ngokuthi teenage pregnancy. Kunesiko labafana lokuya entabeni lapho befundiswa ngokuziphatha kwamadoda. Kunosiko lokugcagca oluhambisana kakhulu nobuciko kanye nemikhuba yesizwe. Lolu siko luphathelene nokwakhiwa noma ukuvuswa kwemizi nokwakhiwa kwesizwe. Values and nation building. Kunosiko lokuhlonipha nokubungaza abadala abangasekho emhlabeni. Lolu siko kunobuciko obuqondene nemicimbi ehlelelwe lolu hlobo. Lesiko usiko olukhona lihambisana nobuciko balo okungaba amaculo, imidanso kanye neminye imidlalo yesintu. Ubuciko namasiko kukhonela ukubumba isizwe. Izwe lethu ngengaphephe elabhekana nayo yokugubuzelwa kwemibuso yamakhosi ngondlebe zikhanyilanga nokuchuma kwemfundo nemfundiso yabezizwe kwenze amasiko nobuciko besintu bube nomthelela wokushintsha kulokho okuningi. Ukushintsha kwezokulawulwa kombuso yezwe nezenkolo yabezizwe nako kube nomthelela kulolu shintsho. Ukunganyelwa kwezomnotho ngendlela yokugomondela nakho kube nomthelela omkhulu. Ubuciko namasiko ukubanga kwezombusazwe nombidlango owuholwa ukhongolose kwiminyaka eminingi yobandlululo wenza ukuthi izizwe ezazihlukanisiwe ngokobuzwe amasiko nobuciko zigcine zibumbana zaba isizwe saseNingizimu Afrika esisodwa. The promotion of arts and culture through events like Sisonke Festival in 1990, which was preparing South Africans to unite in arts and culture and build a rainbow nation that embraces diversity in unity. The fourth industrial revolution and world digitalization has immensely affected the orthodox of arts and culture contributes to economic development, and many world governments are commencing to invest much in this. The creativity, wealth, and culture create jobs, opportunity, and entrepreneurship. African National Congress strategic objectives of creating the national democratic society, which is characterized by unity, since we were a divided nation during apartheid regime. Non-racialism, since we were characterized and ranked according to racial line, where whites were supreme.
Thank you. Isikhathi bese sengadedela isikhathi. We are now going to move to the next speaker, which will be from the IFP, Honorable MP Kwala, for 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, the IFP commends the MEC of Arts and Culture, Honorable Mavimbela, and Head of Department, Mr. Koma, for their role in making sure that Port Shepstone Mega Library project sees the light of the day, and that the allocated funds of 77,561,889 were spent accordingly for the benefit of Port Shepstone community. We were pleased to learn that the project created 160 local jobs during the construction stage and 15 jobs after the completion of the library. It is a good sign that out of the 160 jobs, 64 were given to local females. However, it concerns us that no persons living with disabilities were part of this project. It is unacceptable that people with disabilities still face extreme social, economic, and political inequality and discrimination, contributing to their underdevelopment, marginalization, and unequal access to resources. We call upon the department to ensure that all vulnerable groups are always well represented in all government projects. We also noted the professional library staff are running the daily operations of the library and that it is under the protection of security guards 24 hours, as our chairperson has indicated earlier. However, the Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee raised concerns over the late opening of doors to the public during weekends at 9:30 a.m. We believe that many school-going learners and the general public require services of the library as early as 8 in the morning. We recommended that the library consider changing its opening times to accommodate the needs of various members of the public. The world keeps evolving through fast-changing technology and the globalization demanding that more libraries be built in our province. Most rural areas still do not have functional libraries, and those who have them are not adequately resourced to benefit the locals. The department promised to procure 90,000 library books for public libraries, and we expect it to deliver to this promise by the end of the financial year. We are also aware that the department committed to establish more modular libraries to address this service delivery gap, but this does not mean that state-of-the-art libraries like Port Shepstone Mega Library should not be extended in other rural communities where they are most needed. We also urge this department to move with times and accommodate changes brought by the COVID-19 pandemic by investing on providing online mediums for access to information, books, resources which would normally be obtained in public libraries. Digitization and resources have become a need for schooling and learning transforming libraries and schools to adjust with speed. It is evident that the record management training for all public service institutions should be expedited to ensure the archives resources for online use. The department should target to train large number of government bodies and institutions of digitization management on records, information, and resources. Another issue that must be urgently addressed is that of many libraries in the rural areas and townships still do not have or have very poor and unreliable internet connections. We urge the department to move with speed in providing all libraries with internet connectivity. Community library services, a grant should be fully utilized, grant to assist municipalities with funding to address all these issues. In delivering library services for the people, we call upon the department not to leave out, but accommodate people living with disabilities. We want to see more material for the blind and deaf. Government should procure and supply library material for the blind and the deaf communities. Honorable Speaker, the widespread violence, looting, and destruction of property across KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng last month saw more than 7 fully functional and resource libraries torched and managed in places such as eThekwini and others. These damages are a concern to us because they let down learners and communities. With budget cuts and limited resources, it will be a problem to repair and resource them. Libraries which provide learning materials, computer and internet access to many disadvantaged learners. We urge communities to work closely with police to report and protect their libraries and schools from criminals. The attack on libraries and schools are indeed paramount to treason because learning and education are the only tools we can use to economically emancipate the youth from the chains of abject poverty and change the economic climate of this province. Comprehensive effort to rebuild and restore peace should be enforced to deal with this terrifying aftermath where we saw heinous violence and horrific incidents of mass destruction, racism, and hate crimes in some parts of our communities. These images took a huge knock on social cohesion and economic progress that we have already made as a country. The department should educate communities about the social cohesion and moral regeneration strategy. The Premier and NEC should invite all leaders, religious groups, non-profit organizations, and communities to join in mammoth task of driving the rebuilding of our nation and enforcing social cohesion with integrity, honesty, commitment, and humility if we want to reap positive results. It has been 27 years into our democracy, and we ought to take a moment and reflect objectively on the progress we have made as a country. It is an undeniable fact that we have achieved a lot, and a lot that should have not have been happened has happened without those doing it accounting for their actions. Many promises were delivered to people when we entered a new dispensation that have not been delivered. Government services have created tender premiums, lining the pockets of cronies at the expense of the poor, vulnerable, and unemployed. Government events and social cohesion programs have been turned into political rallies with small food parcels. Honorable Speaker, when they are over, people go back to poverty, despair, high unemployment, hopelessness, rising crime, frustration, and suffering with no meaningful economic change to their lives. Things have to change now. Enough is enough. The people should use their votes to change the status quo. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, speaking just more than 1,000 kilometers away from where you are, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We can now move to the next speaker from the DA, Honorable B. Singh, for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Whilst the efforts of the development for the mega library in Port Shepstone have been noted, there are major areas of concern. Firstly, a state-of-the-art library, which is worth 77.5 million rand, has no alarm system in place to protect the valuables within the premises. Should there be incidents of community unrest and the security guards appointed leave the site or are chased away, the consequences could be disastrous. We need to place ourselves in every possible scenario to prevent incidents from taking place. There needs to always be a backup plan. The lack of an alarm system is evident negligence, especially in wake of recent widespread looting and vandalism known to be doing the rounds. We have seen various entities across the province being looted and vandalized, which resulted in billions of rands being lost. At the mega library, there is expensive equipment inclusive of 24 computers, internet connection, and a radio frequency identification system that costs millions of rands. And in the event of a break-in at the premises, all efforts will be meaningless if those items are stolen. The lack of the alarm system also compromises insurance claims. Safety and security should have been the #1 priority for this library, considering the magnitude of effort that went into ensuring it is fully functional. It remains pointless in having such an exclusive library, which costs so much of money, if a year down the line, God forbid, something bad happens. Secondly, the library is believed to only open at 9:30 a.m. This is unacceptable, and its doors should have been open daily from 8 a.m. to ensure that communities reap its full benefits, especially directed towards its intended purposes. 1 hour and 30 minutes later is a long time, and a lot can be done during those minutes, especially to benefit those who use it. Thirdly, we need to know if there have been any magazine suppliers that have been appointed, and if they were, the contracts of these appointments need to be furnished for transparency. Also noting another area of concern is the supply of new books to the library, as it is a known fact that library books for all libraries across the province were not purchased in the past financial year. The DA disappointingly notes that the department has not paid enough attention to the upliftment and functionality of libraries across the province. Even though we are amidst a pandemic, school remains open and classes are ongoing. Therefore, libraries should be replenished with books, especially those that will benefit learners, such as set books for higher grades. Libraries play an important role in society, and this is and will always remain a priority because such pertinent issues cannot be brushed off any longer. There are several other areas of concerns within the department of which to date have not been addressed adequately and resolved promptly. The issue of the 2.3 million rand PPE heist exposed by the DA has seen no one from the department take full responsibility for these actions. The matter has fizzled out with only a mere inaccurate release issued by the department to cover their faults. The main area of concern is over the non-disclosure of expenditure at the financial meeting. This the DA still finds shocking, but it is nothing new coming from this department. With all that is going on within the department, it makes us wonder what else could be going on and how much more money could actually be looted. We simply cannot and will not ignore the fact that internal factionalism has become root to all evil within the ANC, and that we have heard of millions of rands being misused without any accountability whatsoever. Another major issue in line with what I've just said is over PPE purchased for modular libraries in the province to the value of 5.1 million rand. And it remains another important concern that the DA will continue to raise until it is resolved. It is indeed sad knowing the caliber of people we have in this department and many others who found a window of opportunity to loot funds during a crisis that has gripped the world, where millions of lives were lost. It is an utter disgrace. If that is not selfish, I don't know what else is. But to be honest, it is actually inhumane. The DA will no longer tolerate the squandering of funds it could have been put to good use to assist those struggling during the pandemic. The DA also plans to get to the bottom of the issue pertaining to the 15 million rand worth of unused and brand new musical instruments that were being hidden for the past 8 years. It is quite laughable when the MEC got caught out and only started to distribute them recently. However, not once did the department come across with their version. Such a distribution was misleading to the public, especially since the instruments had been collecting dust in various offices within the department for the past 8 years. The department needs to know that the DA will continue to expose the rot within the Department of Arts and Culture. It will be interesting to see what the department has to say now in this regard, especially since they are known to cover up their mishaps and elusive expenditure so effortlessly. The department needs to be held accountable for all their actions because thus far it appears that the department is in its entirety is being mismanaged and that funds are being used irresponsibly. The DA will continue to fight for transparency to ensure that the department runs efficiently. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. We were supposed to receive a speaker from the EFF. There is an apology that had been received, so we can move straight to Honorable Gubane of the African National Congress for 9 minutes.
Ngibingelele ku-Deputy Speaker, the Premier Ukhuzeni, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members and guests. Honorable Speaker, kuyintokozo kimi ukuma phambi kwalendlu nginikwe ithuba inhlangano enkulu ehlezi njalo iguqula zonke izimpilo zabantu zibe ngcono. Honorable Speaker, today I'm participating on the Arts and Culture Oversight Report, which was held in Potchefstroom as articulated by Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, Honorable Evie Dube. Speaker, arts and culture plays a pivotal role in society. Arts influence society by changing opinions, installing values, and translating experience across the space and time. Research has also shown arts effects looking at the fundamental sense of self. Painting, sculpture, music, literature, and other arts are often considered to be the repository of the society's collective memories. As a human beings, we are naturally drawn to arts as a form of expression and communication. Toddlers love to draw, sing, and dance. It is a way of experiencing themselves before they are verbal. Honorable members, the Department of Arts and Culture mission is to provide and integrate arts and culture services for the people of KwaZulu-Natal by developing and promoting arts and culture in the provinces and mainstreaming its role in the socio-economic development. Honorable Speaker, with a few minutes I'm allocated, allow me to confirm and debate around the entire library services delivered to KZN, looking at the funding, therefore, to look at the infrastructure, speak on library materials, and reflect on some of the oversight funding. Speaker, I strongly believe that a nation that does not know its roots does not have a bright future. Hence, it's become crucial that we all take pride in arts and culture through achieving for ourselves and our future generation. For when we are no more, therefore, libraries and museums plays a very pivotal role even during this looting period. Kukhona umlando ongasala kuma-libraries zethu. Secondly, through the provincialization Schedule 5A of the Constitution, which placed the responsibility of running libraries on the shoulders of the department, where those funds are transferred to municipality through the MOU, which clearly stipulates how funds should be administrated. Again, conditional grants assist in paying of human resources. Malunga hloniphekile, with all challenges the province has confronted, we managed to have 42 municipalities except Umzombe. There are 260 librarians. Speaker, we are happy that with limited resources that the department has and continues to comprehend the importance of building more libraries for the people, especially the youth. The department, through funding from the community libraries, condition grant, built libraries and transfer these structures to municipality who run services in collaboration with the department. Speaker, it gives us hope to know that there are 8 modular libraries under construction, with 6 which at nearly completion status. They are just waiting ukuthi kufakwe amanzi nogesi komasipala lapho abakhona. Can I mention the few? Intunjambili, Impembeni, KwaZimakwe, Idenibrook is under construction with the estimate completion date being 2021 on November. There are many libraries under construction in the province, such as KwaMdakane and Dugudugu, whilst others are a planning and design stage, such as Umzumbe, Imutu, KwaDlangezwa. Honorable Speaker, while the department is busy with the new construction, ngingakusho nje ukuyathokozisa nokuthola ukuthi noma esephelile ama-library, i-department iyaqhubeka isize omasipala ukuthi iwa-maintain. Honorable members, in relation to the mega library visited, the department when building this library never said no. Ngoba vele beyikhona i-library encane ade ikhona kanzima ePortshepstone, abantu bakhona baphakamisa ukuthi bacela ukuthola i-library ethe xaxa ukuze bakwazi ukuthi ba-accommodate-ke bonke. Somlomo siyazi ukuthi uma sithi uhulumeni kakhongolotho uyalalela, uyasabela bese uyenza. Sisuke sikhuluma ngezinto ezinje ngoba abantu babika ukuthi hayi siyabonga incane yona library kodwa sicela futhi ukuthi sithole ukuthi iqhutshakazela. Uhulumeni olalelayo wasuyakwenza. The committee upon its work during the visit through a walkabout, one must say a lot of work has done in this beautiful project. However, there are one or two findings I would like to share with the House. Firstly is the issue of the library space. On the second floor, there is a mini library for the blind, which is specialized project for the visually impaired. Such a example are matters that the ANC always says must be at the center, as it stressed that all sectors of our society must be accommodated in all government projects, e.g. youth, people living with disability, etc. Honorable Speaker, reason aiming at changing the lives of Potchefstroom community for the better. Honorable Speaker and members of the House, it's pleased me to know that in all corners of KZN, ama-library are there. Even in the deep rural area, uyayithola i-library inazo zonke izinhlelo zokuxhumana njenge-internet. Honorable members, as a committee which plays oversight on the Department of Arts and Culture, we indeed have a responsibility to ensure that this department achieves its strategy outcomes and realizing and improve participation of community in arts and culture platform. Speaker, as I'm concluding my debate, in a very important day of Umama uCharlotte Maxeke, in a powerful month of humanism, Sizwe, nabashintsha izimpilo zabantu zibe ngcono, abantu besifazane abakwenza kangcono lokho. The mega library also has IT services and internet accessibility, which is commendable as we live in the almost fourth industrial revolution era in our cases in communities. Learners do their school research using internet by the youth and unemployment graduate who are applying online, and for many progressive will continue to make the positive contribution in society in all the different fields of sector. Let us use arts and culture as an important tool that will unify us as a nation in line with the ANC vision of society where we will live in harmony, giving birth to prosperous society, non-racial and sexist society. Indeed, together working with our government, we can do more. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Bon, siyabonga. We are now going to allow the speaker from the NFP, Honorable VR Mlocho.
So Somlomo hloniphekile Mthembu omkhulu. Somlomo, I've sent an email apologizing that Honorable Rajpansi will leave early. Bahlonishwa nonke nikhona. Lo mtampo wolwazi usezingeni leqophelo eliphezulu kakhulu. Kubonakala ngezinsiza ezingaphakathi kuwo. Ukuhlanganisa nezincwadi zeqophelo eliphezulu ezitholakala ngaphakathi. Ezibeka ngokusobala ukuthi ingane zethu zizothola ulwazi olujulileyo. Sibonge kakhulu kumhlonishwa umphathiswa kanye nekomiti ukuba sithole umbiko ukuba idle ngaphezulu kwa-77 million. Kumele uhlobo olunjengalolu lunwetshelwe kuzo zonke izifunda zaKwaZulu-Natal ukuze kuzokhiqizeka isizwe esihlelekileyo ngolwazi nemisebenzi edalekileyo ngaphakathi siyayibuka nakubi mele yande mbijana neminye lengamanqampunqampu nje. Somlomo sengiphetha nje ngiyafisa ukuba uhlobo olinjena lomtapo wolwazi lube yinto eyisibonakaliso nesoyivikela njalo ingabe isidicileleka phansi eminyakeni ezayo. Kumele kube nohlelo oluqondileyo lokuba izovikeleka kanjani singaboni ngoba isilimele ukuba bekumele ivikelwe. Somlomo sibonga kakhulu kule
Nathi siyabonga nathi. Siyabonga nathi sesibongile. Honorable Mlocha says thank you. We are now going to move to the minority front, Honorable Takarosh Pansi. Second. Condition Honorable Mloch. I couldn't get him well. Honorable Takarosh Pansi.
Honorable Speaker, she reported that she would leave early. I think she has already left.
Okay, so we'll pass to the next. Which is from the African National Congress, Honorable Nomakiki Majola.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker Mahubela, Deputy Speaker Lamatibane, Premier Kuzeni, and the Executive, honorable members of this House, my colleagues, Honorable MEC Kamavimbela, and HOD Mr. Tongo Sichikamaku. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues in this debate by quoting African Union under the topic Africa Month 2021. Open quote, African Union, Year of the Arts, Culture and Heritage. Levers for building the Africa we want, close quote. Speaker, in line with the above quote, South Africa complimented the African Union by invoking the spirit of Mama Charlotte Maxeke, declaring 2021 as the year of Mama Maxeke, an artist, cultural activist, an educationist, a liberation heritage colossal figure, amongst others. She has indeed earned her place in the history of our organization with diversity and longevity of her contribution to the movement and to the society at large, not for a party, but for women at large. Hence, she is called the mother of the Black freedom in South Africa. She was highly skilled on musical talent, and she traveled throughout Europe, performing her musical activities, sending out liberation message through music. She obtained her doctorate in arts and humanities. Speaker, yayingumama lo owayenobuchule bokubhekelela abantu besifazane. Siyawudinga umlando wakhe ophelele kuma libraries wethu. ngizocacisa ukuba sakwenza njani oku. Speaker, I feel so privileged to join my colleagues in surfacing what we have seen in Potchefstroom Library. I am not only feeling privileged, but I am content to see how the roles of libraries are getting redefined in the political process and in conflict situations. The social injustice of information poverty cuts off certain groups from the social and economic mainstream, reducing them to the status of second-class citizens. The mere provision of physical access is not the solution. The 2009 Knight Commission on the Information Needs of Communities in a Democracy identified 3 aspects of information poverty among the young, the poor, and the people in rural areas. This gap has been agreed upon that it should be addressed by libraries. The unequal access to broadband, uneven literacy levels, and unequal participation in civic society is one of the reasons of Tata Mandela's phrase when he says, open quote, a better life for all. This was suggesting the role of libraries and information services in an equitable democratic society. The library and information service profession portrays libraries as agents of development and social transformation, so we have to maintain as that. Deputy Speaker, in a knowledge-based economy, libraries have a central role in helping rural residents learn and communicate. It is a fact that for better or worse, libraries are part of the fabric of the society. Looking at the state of art in our newly built libraries, we appreciate the political will of ensuring that archives are taken care of. We are aware that it took time for provincial libraries to get allocation as far as funding is concerned. In 2008, public libraries started to receive large injections of funds in 2 sets of grants from the government. This was a good recognition of their developmental role. The grants set specific targets such as improved coordination and collaboration between national, provincial, and local government on library services. That is where we are in Potchefstroom Mega Library. Work well done, Congolose. Indeed, you are a visionary government. Most South African pupils cannot read, write, and compute at grade appropriate levels, with the large proportions being functionally illiterate and innumerate. ANC government is making that a history by ensuring that libraries are built and they are equal to the needs of those particular communities. This is made possible by ensuring that collection management policy plays a great role. This is driven by the strategic priorities of our organization, ANC. Unfortunately, we are all aware that power is wielded by people, and policy cannot be divorced from the opinions and ambitions of the individuals who determine and implement policy. This is supporting that policy is the course of action adopted and pursued by a government. The library we visited in Potchefstroom iqophe umlando in the implementation of government policies when looking at how it has been designed in accommodating all the categories in Ugu District Municipality. It has catered for early childhood development program as prioritized by the ANC government. Watch the space. It further accommodated people with disabilities, as we know that Ugu has got 3 schools for special cases, namely the Scholar Amoris, the St. Martin's de Porres, and Daniel Mzamo, although according to demarcation, it's now under Herikwala. The district is under Herikwala District Municipality, but learners are serviced by Ugu. These libraries are our babies. How they are managed is reflecting the vision of the leading government. As the committee, we requested the department not to lose sight of that, because in our next oversight visit, we will graduate from walkabout, but we will need to see such guidelines on material collection implemented. Because if we collect any type of information, we won't be in line with the current government. I am saying this because libraries are part of political structure and will never be divorced. The next area we have to follow up is what is called the expression of power in the collection management. If we as the government, we relegate that power to the management of those libraries, which can happen that they have their allegiance on the previous federal government, Musa, the political mission of those institutions will be lost and the vision of the current government be compromised. Material procured must be in line with the policies of the government. We must always be vigilant in having libraries that are in contradictions with the government vision. We have to guard against the commercial companies to overpower our management in those libraries, and protection of the interests of users of information be priority, working together with the consumer organizations and organizations representing the disadvantaged society. Speaker, in conclusion, let me emphasize the importance of the civic participation as a strong theme in the discussions of the role of libraries in the democratic societies, perhaps in response to perceptions of the civic disengagement and apathy. Civic engagement might take the form of community participation in the work of libraries, as in building collections of indigenous knowledge, establishing boards for teenagers to advise on the kind of libraries they want, or in building teams of baby boomer volunteers. I am saying this, Speaker. One day, my 5-year-old grandchild, undibuza ngokuthi yafika nini na iPort Shepstone. I'm asking, yafika nini na? I said, let me answer the child in a proper way. I had to Google. So when I was looking at it, I could see in Yoguti, it is all about what is in our libraries, because I could read Uguti, Losse Thomas Port Shepstone, wafika ngo 1867. That means abantwana, they are being told about who are those leaders of the apartheid that came in, and that information is being kept live. I remember one day when Honorable Duma esithi sithatha abantwana bethu for 8 hours bayohlala with the lions. A lion can never teach umntwana teach into ukuthi ikati iphila kanjani na. Uza kumteacher exactly what he would like to produce out of that child. So this is the situation we are looking at. I wish, as Honorable MEC Nonhlanhla Khoza mentioned, all the tragedies that has taken place within Ugu, all that information should be captured and be part of our libraries within Ugu. And as you are saying, we have got Port Shepstone Library as a mega library. It is part of the transformation. When you are looking at Ugu, we are talking of Ugu, and we have renamed our local municipalities. We have to look at the situation when we are still talking of Port Shepstone Library. We have already renamed Port Shepstone, which was, we're talking of the Hibiscus municipality. We have to talk of, we are now talking of Reinkonyeni municipality. We have to look at such issues. I understand what is being said by Honorable Spin, because there are too much details in looking at things that are not activating our. We have to be much more as legislators. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Tamaku.
Can we now now we can move to the response from the portfolio committee chair.
Well, thank you. Ngiyabonga kakhulu sekela somlomo. Ngicabanga ukuthi akukuningi mhlambe umuntu azokusho ngaphandle nje kokubonga umsebenzi omuhle owenziwa uArts and Culture uma kuza kuma library. Le library esikhulume ngayo nokwenza ukuthi size sidebate namhlanje ukuthi isibonakaliso noma it's a sample uhlobo lwama library esiwakhayo emphakathini ikakhulukazi esemakhaya ukuze sibonise ukuthi ngesikhathi ukhongolose uthatha amandla wawuthembisile phela ukuthi impilo zabantu uzozenza zibe ngcono. Abanye abantu ke bathatha ngokuthi ukwenza impilo zibe ngcono ukuphikisa lokho okwenziwayo inhlangano kakhongolose bengabe besabheka okuhle kwenzayo, kodwa ke nokho singesho lutho lokho konke okusho Honorable Singh mhlambe bengingahlangene kakhulu ne-library ngicabanga ukuthi bethole nje ithuba lokuthi akhulume ngezinto afisa ukuthi ahlale ekhuluma ngazo nokuthi ezinye zezinto akhuluma ngazo kakade izinto esikhuluma ngazo kwi-committee meeting yethu engicabanga ukuthi vele zisohlelweni lokuthi uma kungahambi kahle siye sisho ukuthi akuhambi kahle uma kuhamba kahle kufanele ukuthi sincome ingakho ke namhlanje siyincoma kakhulu le library ikakhulukazi uma ubheka uhlobo lwayo phakathi elilungiselela abantu esibabiza ukuthi ba disable lokho nje kukodwa kubonisa ukuthi sohulumeni onakekelayo mhlambe ke angisho ohlalo ukuthi wonke amalunga ethu akhulumile abonisile ukuthi ukukhanya kukhona akuseyona nje into esiyibhekile ukuthi izokwenzeka okucaca ngokusobala ukuthi uma abantu bebheka njalo ukuthi yimuphi uhulumeni osebenze uguqula impilo zabo ngokwakhe imigaqo izindlu nakho konke okunye akusali ukuthi ngasesayidini lama-library mangaki esiwakhayo sizochaza ngokulandelayo ukuthi endaweni la ama-library kubonakala ukuthi mhlambe ngeke sakhe i-library enkulu i-department yenza isiqiniseko sokuthi i-library izoba khona iy'ngane zethu ziyakwazi ukuthi lezi ey'fundayo ema-high school zizilungiselele ama-exam zazo nalezi ey'sema-university zikwazi ukuthi zizolungisela zizicije ukuze sikwazi ukuqhubekela neqophelo lemfundo phambili ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi somlomo siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa okamavimbela siyabonga kakhulu ku-HOD uGambushe nethimba lonke asebenza nalo ukuthi bayaqikelela ukuthi izinsiza ezizokhuphula impilo yabantu ziyafinyelela kubona ngendlela efanelekile singayibukela phansi nje kwesinye isikhathi indaba yama-library kodwa kubonise ngokusobala manje ukuthi abantu bayithatha njengendawo ebalulekile sibonge futhi ukuthi nangesikhathi sodlama kade lwenzeka zincane kakhulu igameko ezenzekile kuma-library siyafisa ukuthi ahlale evikelekile njalo umphakathi wazi ukuthi iyona ndawo eyingqalasizinda yomlando wabo noma umlando wethu okwenza ukuthi njengesizwe sikwazi ukuqhubela phambili angibonge kakhulu kubo bonke abadebatile nazo zonke impendulo abazinikezile akunikeze kuwena somlomo wethu sibonga kakhulu ithuba osinikeze lona
sibonga kakhulu kuleyo nkulumo mpikiswano sibonga kuzo zonke izikhulumi nakusihlalo which brings us to the end of our business of the day today and thank all of you ngokwenza ukuthi-ke i-program uhlelo lwanamhlanje luhambe smoothly ukuthi nje iy'mali azikho bengizothi abathe thasa ukuthi bayiphatha kahle labantu
awuyisho somlomo
ayisho somlomo singabakho sikulindile
izona ingekho sesifike-ke esiphetheleni sesizocela-ke ukuthi le ndlu iguqe kuze kube umhla ka-16 kulezayo siyabonga
somlomo baba
Mr. Speaker
Thank you.
Nkosi? Hi, Nkosi.
Long time, Sis Meki. How are you?
Oh, well, thanks, Honorable MEC. How are you?
I'm good, my love. Keep well, my dearest. I miss you.
Yes, you too.
Sure.
Nkosi, is the Finance and Fiscal Commission here?
Honorable Chair,
Honorable Governor.
Hi. Honorable Nkosi asked me to deputize for him. I think he's having some difficulty connecting. I'm not sure if he has been able to connect. Can you just check? Because he had some difficulty with network or something like that.
Good afternoon, Honorable Governor.
Yes.
Governor. Yes, we ready to start. I'm made to understand that the lady that will be doing the presentation has already connected. I'm also seeing a colleague on the screen. I guess maybe is the one that's going to do the presentation or the lady.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
All right. Let me then just welcome colleagues to this briefing by the Finance and Fiscal Commission. And I've been asked to chair the session, which is very brief. I think the agenda is going to be put on the screen, but it's basically a briefing by the Finance and Fiscal Commission on submissions in relation to the Division of Revenue bill, and we'll then have a brief period of discussion and clarity and then closure. So welcome to everyone, and without further ado, let me hand over to the colleagues from the Finance and Fiscal Commission to do their presentation. I'm hoping that they are with us.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. May I introduce our chairperson? Chairperson, if you please.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chen. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. I am the newly appointed Chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, and it's a great pleasure for us to be here today. Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members, I am accompanied by my fellow Commissioner, Professor Trevor Fowler, and from the Secretariat, I have Dr. Kay Brown, who's also the CEO. And then from the Technical Research Team, I have Mr. Chan Sang, who is the head of the research team. And he's accompanied by his team, Eddie Rakabe, the research specialist, and Dr. Mkhululi Nzube, We also have Ms. Ansuya Maharaj Dara, who is the head of the Office of the Commission. And finally, Mr. Henry Extian, who is our parliamentary and stakeholder manager. Honorable Chairperson and members, as the Financial and Fiscal Commission, we first of all wish to convey our condolences to all those who lost their lives during the riots here in KwaZulu-Natal. And we support all efforts to rebuild the province, the provision of relief, and the restoration of economic activity in the province. The Financial and Fiscal Commission tables its recommendation for the 2022-23 Division of Revenue against the backdrop of a very fragile economic environment after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic is causing damage to the economy and to people's livelihoods. It has posed many challenges, including the efficacy of our macro-fiscal system in accommodating pandemic-induced challenges. It has also intensified the existing inequalities and condemned many people to unemployment and poverty. Questions abound on the impact of the pandemic on the state's fundamental obligation, the progressive realization of citizens' basic rights as enshrined in the Constitution. Such questions arise because the pandemic has highlighted the shortfalls in access to basic services and food, both in terms of quantity and quality, and has in fact heightened imbalances and conflicts in society, especially when considering the gender dimensions. It has further exposed the limitations in the country's oversight, accountability, and leadership mechanism. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the theme of the 2022-23 submission is the effects of COVID-19 and the changing architecture of subnational government financing in South Africa. The Commission believes that a comprehensive and evidence-based analysis of the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic is key to developing a set of informed recommendations that can contribute to turning around the economy to achieve an inclusive and sustainable growth trajectory. Its recommendations subsequently seek then to recover a process that leaves no one behind. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, our presentation this afternoon is going to cover essentially 4 areas. Part 1 is the macroeconomic impact of the pandemic. The second part will speak to the implications of the pandemic on local government finance. Thirdly, we're going to speak about the COVID-19 pandemic itself and its progressive realization of basic rights, or rather its impact on the progressive realization of basic rights. And finally, Chairperson, we are going to talk about the oversight and leadership aspects. I now want to hand over to our head of research, Mr. Chen Sang, who with the team will take us through the presentation. Chen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, Honourable Chair and members. Without spending more time on the book's cover, let's look at the context within which this submission is tabled. If you allow me, let me just rather share from my side. It would be better for my control. Thank you very much. So the shock of the COVID-19 pandemic was significant with the jolt of this negative 51.7% decline in annualized quarter-to-quarter change in quarter 2 of 2020 to the sudden sort of recovery, if you like, but temporary 67.3% rebound on the production side. On the demand side, firms are busy restocking. Consumption somewhat resumed marginally, but import trade is still very much muted. GDP by industry shows roughly the same trend with the volatility caused. The mark left by the pandemic is much more pronounced and indeed much more devastating in the labor markets. At now, this structurally set 32.5% by the official definition, and that means that active job seekers can't find jobs. And 43.2% by unofficial definition, that is even the ones that aren't actively looking for jobs. There are about 43.2% of them in the population that don't succeed in finding that job. The fiscal position has deteriorated as well, with gross debt to GDP reaching above 80%. Provincially, the disaggregated regional data for GDP masks, though, we'd like to note the idiosyncrasies in growth between provinces and thus the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So in other words, please do not be, don't take too much into heart in terms of the share, the way that it is currently presented, because the shock it's impacted everyone. So it's just a sense of how our GDP is distributed across the country. So looking back, though, for the province in 2019, our latest stats, we see that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal is finance, real estate, and business services and manufacturing were the key contributors to the provincial economy, alongside transport, storage, trade, catering, and general government. Remember that KZN is the key port, basically our gateway to the east, which is essentially the manufacturing hub of the world, and thus its very important economic status in the world and for South Africa as well. However, despite all that, in 2020, of course, we saw this total devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic on the tourism industry. That, honorable chair members, that drop-off is a 70% drop-off between 2019 and 2020 in terms of number of tourists entering South Africa. And of course, the lockdown and the travel restrictions imposed has had a negative impact on provincial economies, not just KZN, but all provinces in South Africa. This graph shows the latest figures in the unemployment rate by province. Thus, we moved into the chapter 2 of this N22-23 annual submission, and we start with measuring the macroeconomic and fiscal impact of COVID-19 in South Africa. We note that the COVID-19 pandemic and the imposition of the nationwide lockdown triggered the most significant recession in South Africa's economic history. Inefficiency in public sector service provision combined with the pandemic's shock on the overall productivity led to this highest levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Supply and productivity were adversely affected through mass unemployment and deficiencies in total factor productivity growth. On the demand side, as shown now in this graph, shows the shocks to the consumption and investments in especially the 2020 second quarter contributed to the fall in aggregate demand, depleting as well in the inventory stocks, and a lack of imports undermined a swift growth recovery through consumption. In other words, we don't see the real recovery in a sense, and that even if there is, that it should be rather muted from a forecasting perspective. These factors combined, we see essentially this low likelihood of a quick recovery in the economy, and especially even on its way to try and recover some of the losses, right, back to the pre-crisis levels of production. In the annual submission, examining the financial stability on the other, the sort of the second major part of this chapter, where we look at the financial and fiscal stability, shows that the producer prices rose as a result of lockdowns, adversely affecting consumer purchasing power. For people, higher consumer prices, especially for core items, affected affordability of goods and for poorer households. So it is true that inflation really is the nemesis of and the most detrimental impact cause it has on the poor households. In this graph on the slide, as a result of the constrained economic and therefore fiscal space of the primary balance deteriorated even further with the onset of COVID-19, the fiscal impulse has been compelled towards a consolidatory stance at the end of 2020. In terms of revenue, we see that an increase in the concentration in dependency or dependence on the personal income tax and value-added tax, i.e. the consumption tax, for public revenue generation has made our fiscal revenue more vulnerable to COVID-19. And most importantly, our research shows, not shown here, but it is in the book, is that fiscal leakages undermines any positive spillover effects that economic growth has on reducing the public debt burden. So basically, no matter how much money at this point we throw at the problem to stimulate the economy, with the amount of fiscal leakages and the macro environments that we are in, the economy will simply not grow without a real reform, without a real transformation of the structural inefficiencies within the system. We, the Commission, therefore, and by the way, that transformation needs to take place both on in the private sector, economic sector, but also, of course, through the public sector. So we, the Commission, therefore, makes the following recommendations based on evidence research. First, we see the need to align the economic reconstruction and recovery plan across three spheres of government, especially between a provincial and national, committed in the 2022 Division of Revenue. Second, we reiterate our recommendation from last year even to localize product value chain and procurement for inclusive growth and job growth in the country. And then third, and we encourage the provinces and Minister of Finance to eliminate this last point, which isn't new, but to eliminate fiscal leakages in the system through reprioritizing, merging, and even downsizing departments. Moving to the next chapter, in chapter 3, we looked at measuring the effectiveness of government expenditure for performance. So we looked at the following: the fiscal multiplier effect. Essentially, it's about 1 rand in, how much out sort of analysis in relation to the economic growth and also social development. So also we look at the alignment and effectiveness of government's performance indicators in representing their mandate and purposes. Then the size and shape of the wage bill, which is obviously currently at the courts or in negotiation. And fourth, program and performance-based budgeting in relation to the efficiency and effectiveness of government expenditure. So, namely, in respect on fiscal multiplier effects, we find at the most ambiguous outcomes in terms of the multiplier effects in the small magnitudes. That is increasing growth. Yes, it does somewhat reduce poverty and unemployment, but the measure keeps shifting, and it's not within the 95% confidence interval. Basically, it's not consistent in its impact. On the KPIs, key performance indicators, we find no shortages, of course, of the KPIs, but with this persistent variances due to this lack of accountability. It's always been shifting markers, and it's a very business as usual type of measurements rather than the actual measurements or realism impacts measurements. On the wage bill, the result shows that it is larger than any other international comparators, which will be shown in the next slide. And lastly, spending efficiency of the government through research suggests that about 80% looks like a high score, but somewhat 80 cents on the rand should not be celebrated without asking where did the rest 20 cents go. In other words, we look at a very inefficient system that at the moment that all these financial resources going in, but not much of the impact and sustainable impact and in terms of social development coming out. This slide just to reaffirm that our earlier analysis on the wage bill, and which is that you see South Africa is sort of trending in its own way upwards, and apart from all the other international comparators as a percentage of GDP. So that takes care of some of the idiosyncrasies or differentiability of the GDP or economic as well as government structure. And that it also includes, right, even advanced economies that we are paying a significantly higher amounts to the public sector. With these research results, the Commission recommends in this chapter that the Minister, as the custodian of the national resource, to enhance the consistency and coherency of the department's KPIs to the financial commitments of the budget via the MTF, the Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, technical guidelines. That is the guideline that every year National Treasury puts out to say how much you should add or start budgeting for next year's budget for the next 3 years. And seeks in that framework or that guideline to incentivize as opposed to resorting to just a very business as usual KPI, i.e. simply reporting on the progress. Second, the public sector wage bill across all spheres of government, it shouldn't be an exercise just undertaken by national, and it certainly also shouldn't just be perhaps provincial, which, yes, indeed, it is probably the largest share of the public sector in terms of COE. However, let's not forget also in the local government sphere that accounts for the entire, and if not actually closest to the people. So we are encouraging governments in all spheres should be that public sector wage bill be reviewed to reduce. At last, we recommend the Minister of Finance to pay attention to the movement in this multiplier effects analysis of expenditure as the economic environment is still changing due to COVID-19. Let me hand now briefly over to Dr. Mkube to take you over the next few slides. Please, Mkube.
Thank you, Chen. Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm going to take you through chapter 4, 5, 7, and 8. Chapter 4 looks at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the local economy. And we know that the pandemic has exposed many gaps and inadequacies in the local government fiscal framework. So we try to look at what the figures say on that. But we also know that the local government sector was already in a precarious state even before the pandemic. So the pandemic simply exacerbated the challenges of the local government. Before, many municipalities were unable to fulfill their constitutional mandate. And in this particular chapter, we ask two fundamental questions. What is the impact of the coronavirus on the local government fiscal framework, the sphere which is closest to people? And how can the local government fiscal framework be sufficiently repositioned to turn around the local economy? Next slide, Chen. Slide 20, the next slide. On this particular slide, we look at the impact of the COVID pandemic on municipal expenditures. We know that at the end of December 2020, the local government sector had spent about 25 billion on COVID-related expenses. So the COVID pandemic simply pushed expenditures in the sector upwards. And out of these expenditures, 64% was accounted for by metros, and this is not surprising considering that metros account for almost 40% of the population. So there was spending growth in all the municipalities pushed by the pandemic. Next slide. So we also looked at the impact of the pandemic on municipal revenue. I think that's the key indicator which shows that the pandemic had a devastating effect on municipalities. So we see that COVID-related expenditures or COVID-related revenue pressures can be, if you look at that diagram there on the right-hand side, shows how the COVID had an impact on revenues of municipalities. We are looking at own revenues, which municipalities are not guaranteed. On revenues, we see that the green bar shows that before the COVID and after the COVID, the revenues, on revenues received a hard knock from the COVID pandemic right across the municipal categories. But we see that in metros and the B1s are the secondary or large cities. There was some rebounding in the second quarter, which shows that these municipalities are financially resilient, and they owe this resilience to the diversified nature of their revenue base. Whilst smaller municipalities and in particular rural municipalities have continued to suffer from the consequences of the pandemic, we see their own revenues have declined continuously. Next slide. In the next slide, we look at another crucial variable on municipalities' consumer debt. We see that many municipalities were very vulnerable to their revenues were vulnerable, and the result of that was that consumers in their various forms, households, businesses, or even government were not paying what they owe municipalities. So as a result, we see that the flow of revenues to municipalities were lacking, and as a result, municipalities defaulted on their payments to their creditors. And these graphs show that. You'll see that ESCOM, the number of municipalities owing ESCOM increased rapidly, even to water boards. They increased rapidly. That's what these particular graphs show. For example, on ESCOM, we see that municipalities failing to make payment, which were greater than 40% of operating expenditures, increased from 34 in March before the COVID pandemic to 50 after the pandemic. So there was really a huge increase, meaning that many municipalities were highly indebted to their creditors, and we could attribute some of these to lack of finances from consumers, which led to many municipalities defaulting on their payments. Next slide. Next slide, we really mention some of the key issues which must be done in the local government sector. First and more important is that municipalities themselves should actually move away from the status quo and challenge the traditional way of doing things. They need to promote local economic growth in their own spaces. And there is also a need for the municipalities not to look at national government or provincial government, but in their own spaces, try and attract investments by prioritizing options that come with little or no price tags. We mentioned some of the areas they could look at, especially streamlining red tape, reducing time frames for getting permits, or even reducing compliance burden of their regulations. This can attract investment. And we have seen in the Northwest the case of the Clover company, which is thinking of moving to eThekwini. That's a classic case of whereby municipalities neglect some of these things and investors then move out. So there's a need for municipalities to look at their own spaces and attract investment. Secondly, we also show from the figures that there is need to enhance their own revenues. They should explore options for new revenues. Previously, in one of our submissions, FFC has actually recommended a number of alternative revenues which municipalities can exploit. So we're saying there's need to diversify their revenues, especially this COVID shock showed that municipalities which had no diversified revenues were hit hardest. Then also there's a need to embrace e-government. We have seen that e-government improves financial resilience through multiple avenues, including digitization, municipal administration. There's a need to digitize to move ahead, and their payment systems. So there's a need for municipalities to embrace automation and online platforms. We have seen how efficient they are, and we make a recommendation on that one, that government must actually support that particular such processes by availing revenues through grants. Next slide, we look at the recommendations emanating from that particular chapter. First recommendation is that there is a need for municipalities to undertake a detailed analysis of the services they provide and align these services with their financial capabilities. And there are spheres like national government departments, especially the Department of COGTA, and also SALCA, and treasuries, provincial and national. They should ensure that municipal organograms, staffing levels, and compensation of employee budgets are set at levels that don't crowd out service delivery. We have seen that some of these organograms or staffing levels are too huge for municipalities, and they are actually crowding out service delivery. And also, COGTA and SALCA in particular should ensure that municipalities pass credible budgets, which I think has been a challenge, that municipalities are not passing out credible or approving credible budgets, which I think is really an indication that in future many municipalities may actually fail. Secondly, we recommend that municipalities should stimulate local economic growth by creating investment-friendly conditions. As I've mentioned, some of the areas they could look at. We have seen some examples of companies leaving municipalities because the conditions are not investor-friendly. And also, municipalities should consider additional revenue-enhancing strategies, and we can reflect on our previous submission on that one, where we recommended a number of alternative revenue sources which municipalities can exploit. And lastly, National Treasury, through the Municipal System Improvement Grant, should support municipalities to embrace e-government, especially digitization, and also try and support them to diversify their own revenues. We say that particular grant can be used to assist municipalities to embrace e-government, as we have seen how that it can promote efficiency and effectiveness in the local sphere. Then the next chapter looks at the issue of gender inequality, and through the lens of gender budgeting in the public sector. And we have seen that women continue to carry a disproportionate burden of the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And we have seen that the COVID pandemic has actually, as our chair has pointed out, that it has intensified the issue of gender inequality and also GPV. On the other side, we know that government has committed itself to promoting gender equality. It is a signatory to many conventions, many international agreements, and also locally, it has come up with a number of legislative prescripts and also policies to promote gender equality, but on the ground, gender inequalities remain very, very high. So here the FFC looks at the budget as an instrument which can promote gender inequality. Where are the challenges? Where are the constraints in government or all the spheres using the budget as an instrument to promote gender equality? So here we are not really advocating for a separate budget for women, but the budget must be, we're saying the budget of all the spheres of government and all the entities must be mainstreamed for gender equality. So in this exercise, we assessed the budgets of a number of key departments in government which we think have the potential to promote gender equality. So we looked at the Department of Basic Education, Department of Health, Social Development, Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and Justice. And so these particular departments and the CGE, Commission for Gender Equality as an entity, which is supposed to promote gender equality. These departments are key in promoting gender equality. And if their budgets are gender sensitive, I think we could go a long way in really addressing the issue of gender equality. And what we say about these departments can be applied to provinces as well, and even to local government. So we make recommendations on how the budgets of national departments can be repositioned to effectively address gender equalities. As I've said, we looked at these departments looking at from planning to budget execution and where are the gaps. And we found the following, that there is limited mainstreaming of gender issues. So there is, if you look at across departments, you find that gender issues in departments, there is really no significant, or there is limited mainstreaming of gender issues. And so the reason is that there is lack of gender disaggregated data. In other words, if you have no data, you cannot plan, you cannot really implement. So lack of gender disaggregated data hinders the effective translation of gender commitments into budgetary allocation. So GRB, gender responsive budgeting, is difficult, if not possible, if there is no gender disaggregated data. And also there is limited gender disaggregated data. The first one was mainstreaming of gender issues, but the second one, there is limited gender disaggregated data, which really means that even if the data is available, information is available, government departments rarely use such information in their key strategic documents. They rarely use such information to integrate gender issues into their budget. The statistics may be there, but they are not used for that. We see that the Commission for Gender Equality has a lot of statistics on gender issues, which is gender disaggregated, but government do not use such information. Then next one, there is lack of detailed departmental gender-specific performance indicators. You see that if you look at the annual reports of departments, have performance indicators, but you look at these performance indicators, they are not really disaggregated into according to gender. For example, you may get the Department of Education will say that there are so many bursaries issued to those learners, but if you go deeper into that particular indicator, it is not really disaggregated. We don't know how many women or how many girls have received such bursaries. So we are saying that there's a need to go deeper into that so that women and girls are visible in our budgets and in our programs. and also on legislative policy and institutional framework on GRB. There is quite a lot of legislation, but implementation is also difficult, and also oversight on gender equality and women empowerment. We found that it is only limited to those portfolio committees on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But this is a cross-cutting issue which must be considered across all portfolio committees for oversight. And also on the Commission of Gender Equality, this is a commission which is strategic in promoting gender equality, but we find that most of their budgets is consumed by compensation of employees and crowding out essential services which this particular key institution can provide. Next slide. We look at the recommendations from this particular chapter. First, we are saying that there is a need for the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability and monitoring and evaluation to finalize the institutionalization of gender responsive planning. That framework, gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework. There is a need to finalize the institutionalization of that particular framework. And also, we recommend that the Department or National Treasury, together with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, they should spearhead the mainstreaming of GRB through the entire scope of the budgeting process, whether it's at national level or provincial government or even at local government. And also National Treasury should create an enabling environment to institutionalize that particular framework, the gender responsive planning, budgeting, and monitoring and evaluation framework. And also National Treasury and the Department of Women should consider the formal introduction of gender auditing process. It's very key that there is a need to audit budgets for gender throughout the budgeting value chain for gender responsiveness. And also the Department of Women should coordinate and spearhead initiative focused on capacity building. There's a need for capacity building or understanding, both at political level and administrative level, on gender budgeting, that it is a key instrument which can transform society and also key instrument which can ensure that there is equality between different genders. Then last part one, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability should on an annual basis prepare a comprehensive report on how the division of revenue responds to gender issues or gender inequality. Each year there is a division of revenue bill, and we are saying here the departments must respond to that and critique that and look at how the division of revenue is responding to gender inequality. And we believe in doing so, even oversight institutions like yourselves, Parliament, can actually be able to interrogate budgets for inclusiveness and for promoting gender equality. And lastly, Stats SA and the Department of Women should provide explicit guidelines for collecting and integrating gender disaggregated data. And that's chapter 5. Chen will go through chapter 6, then I'll come on chapter 7 and 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mkhululi. Thank you, and honorable members, me again. So chapter 6, we note that the recent extensions on various assistance and supports issued by the president and on especially the special grants, not just that, but also various deferrals on the say tax breaks and other supports grants. So in this chapter, we name it the testing the means test. Is essentially where we take a relook at the given the COVID-19, that there would be a necessity to reconsider of the poverty and vulnerability the considerations. Of course, due to the COVID, many non-poor, previously I would say, non-poor South Africans experienced severe income shocks or a permanent loss of livelihoods. It is thus important to understand how well the existing grant system covers the vulnerable South Africans, and whether the current means testing approach ensures that the poorest receive grants with no significant leakages to those who are ineligible even. Furthermore, it is important to understand how the grant system was temporarily adjusted to reach those impacted by the pandemic, as well as how well targeted this effort has been. This slide thus shows the coverage among job losers using the coronavirus rapid mobile surveys and suggests some key findings. First, the grant system is progressive and maintains to be or remains to be. Second, that the possibility of exclusion of poor individuals is relatively low. Third, 80% of those who lost their jobs in 2020 lived in a household where some form of social assistance was received, and thus an alternative targeting mechanism may not be necessary or needed. So essentially, if something that has been working relatively well, given the evidence, perhaps it's just a matter of therefore expanding it or extending it. And that is exactly what the government has done. Hence, the Commission, just in this regard, recommends that the efficacy of the social grant system continues to be monitored. Not just that it's operating relatively efficiently, but we would like to make sure that it continues in doing so. On eligibility, we find out reasons for inadvertent exclusion of eligible grant recipients, just to make sure that the efficacy is still there with the system. Third, one should could consider an asset-based system of means testing to minimize those leakages. And fourth, on the basic income grants, the government will have to consider the long-term and even intergenerational considerations of fiscal and socio-economic implications. With that, let me give it back to Khululi, please.
Thank you. Chapter 7 of Part 3 is concerned with the question of food security, the impact of COVID on food security. And the issue of food security really is fundamental to the basic rights of individuals and also society at large. So the Commission here looked at what was the impact of the pandemic on food security, and we have seen that the government tried by all means to try and beef up food security, providing food parcels. But here we assessed what was the impact of the pandemic. I'll move to the next slide, which shows the findings. I'll pinpoint the members to a few findings of this particular chapter. We all know that there were massive job losses, and what were the consequences of these job losses on food security? We see that in this chapter, child hunger increased by almost 29%. That is the likelihood of households running out of money for food purchase also increased by almost 29%, and recurrence of household hunger by almost 8%. So these are staggering statistics which show that food security was really at risk. Then as a result, also, the likelihood of households running out of money for food purchase increased by 32%. And also, more important, what we are noting there is that old age grants and COVID grant in particular proved more effective in protecting the households against welfare reversals as a result of the pandemic. So old age grants are were very important and are still important for really getting some households out of this particular shock, as well as the COVID-19 grant. Old age grants reduces incidence of household food security by almost 60%. That's phenomenal. So a receipt of all grants, if we put them together, child grants, old age grants, and COVID-19 grants, reduced the incidence of household food security by 78%, which suggests that there is a need to expand the scale of existing the social protection mechanism. So social protection mechanism actually meant that a number of people had to escape poverty. So these are very, very important. So we also, in conclusion, we note that the shock to a household income resulted in the shock as a result of the pandemic resulted in substantial welfare loss in terms of, if you look at adults and also child food insecurity. So there were actually risks there. So as a result, we make the following recommendations. We are saying that the Department of Social Development should involve local governments and non-profit organizations to collect better information on those unmet needs. So information is important for the department to plan and also to target those particular groups which need assistance. And also the Department of Social Development should use information of new beneficiaries to create a more comprehensive, updated government registry of who is in need or who needs social assistance. Then also the Department of Social Development should expand social assistance to increase the coverage to cover all vulnerable groups, especially in the context of the pandemic. And also the National Treasury should consider incentives, especially fiscal and monetary incentives during COVID. We mentioned a few of these incentives like lifting value-added tax or duties or other taxes on food business when there is a shock as this one. And lastly, we note that we recommend that the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries should use food reserves optimally and target appropriately. And that's where information is very important to target those in need. Then the next chapter, chapter 8, looks at one of the fundamental issues, and we saw the gaps in that particular area: water and sanitation access, the distribution efficiencies, and tariff setting, especially within the COVID pandemic situation. So this particular chapter assesses the impact of COVID on access to water, and we also look at distribution efficiencies in the water and tariff setting in the water sector. So those are the specific objectives down there which we look at in the chapter. I'll go straight to the findings. And one of our major findings was that when it came to access to water during the COVID pandemic, we see that access to water decreased by 2%, which is really very, very huge, considering that that's when water was really needed during the pandemic, and we need water during the pandemic more than any other time before. Access to sanitation, almost 17% of households lacked sanitation services. Then on water distribution efficiencies, we see that there's a lot of inefficiencies in the system, water leakages and so forth. Our findings show that water service providers could maintain the same output with 49% fewer inputs, which means they could provide more water with given the inputs they already have. So, which means there is a lot of inefficiencies in the system. And some of these inefficiencies are driven by non-revenue water provision, which accounts to about 35% of the input volume of water. water which is lost in the system is really a big hindrance to the efficiency in the provision of water. And on tariffs, the Commission argues that there's a need, especially when there's a pandemic, just to be cautious in increasing tariffs, because the poor can be hard hit by rapid increasing water tariffs, especially for such a basic commodity. So there's a need to exercise caution on that particular front. Then we also note that there's a need to involve the private sector in the provision of water. But here we caution that if your private sector provision of water can lead to water being inaccessible to many people, but there's a need for municipalities to bring in the private sector, invest in the water infrastructure, but also guard against making water to be inaccessible for many people. So there's a need to de-risk potential investment deals in the water sector, and also to provide incentives for the private sector, because we know that government money is not sufficient to cover the gap in the provision of infrastructure in the water sector. And especially with this fiscal constraint environment, we need to bring in new investors in the sector. Then let me go to the recommendations. The recommendations we make in this particular chapter, one of them is that municipalities advised by SALTA should approach tariff adjustment cautiously and take into account the poor during the duration of the COVID crisis. And also, the third recommendation there is that the Minister of Finance should ensure that water and sanitation projects also form part of the economic stimulus package to help mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 crisis. So there's a need to include water-related infrastructure project in the list of economic stimulus projects by government, so that the provision of water doesn't lag behind, especially in this crisis moment. And also the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Water and Sanitation, together with municipalities, should systematically develop water investment by structuring mechanisms to de-risk private investments. There is a need to bring in the private sector into the water infrastructure provision. And with that, I'll hand over to my colleague Eddie Rakabe to do chapter 9 and 10. Thank you.
Okay, who's doing chapter 9?
Eddie, just has apologies on what chair members. I'm just looking for Eddie Kabe. Okay, I think let me just proceed in his stead. So chapter 9 is looking at the role of this intergovernmental oversight and support in avoiding section 139. Honorable Chair members, you'll notice that recently there has been a somewhat of a roadshow of alerting across all 9 provinces and municipalities with regards to the section 139 interventions. The purpose of which is not to say that there is this section 139 constitution that puts municipalities under administration, but to say that familiarizing the framework in which and the spirit is actually to provide support and to make sure that there is intergovernmental accountability and structure of supports that is comprised of this regulation, oversight, supports, and intervention, but intervention at the very last. Despite various initiatives aimed at regulating, monitoring, and support local governments, municipalities continue to be plagued. And then we might just add that back in actually 2019-20 annual submission that we did, FFC, we did conduct a research in this regard, and we noticed that despite the 139 interventions across South Africa, there have been various deterioration, actually, structural deterioration in the municipalities, that despite the administrative intervention, that it still continues to fail. And so the findings of this chapter essentially is that we find that emphasis should be put on how best to ensure the oversight and support services as early warning systems to avoid interventions. The purpose is not to intervene at the outset. And then that the financial supports, that it be focused on capacity building rather than trying to fix what's broken. It's to capacitate and to revive and reinvigorate the capacity of the state. And of course, everything that we should do or we should spend money on should have equal returns, if not more. And so this cost-benefit analysis should be installed. The other point that we would like to bring in here is that there is no one-size-fits-all across the 257 different municipalities in South Africa. There needs to be a differentiation, identification of that support. I wouldn't say more in terms of capacitating the states, because provinces, of course, is as part of states, and then that the constant monitoring evaluation is needed in this regard to make sure that these support structures are consistently being carried out. So in terms of recommendations for Chapter 9, as part of the National Treasury's review of capacity building grants, financial supports to build capacity and institutional systems, such as that finance management grant and the municipal system grants, we say that it should be disproportionately directed to at lesser resource poor and more rural municipalities. Again, it's that identification and differentiated approach of supports, and that it should make every effort to ensure that capacity building efforts are comprehensively consulted. That it's not a big brother approach. It is a approach of that we are in this together approach, the whole of government approach, as one might call it. And then that we should also consider, apart from the capacity building, that we narrow down. In other words, we consolidate of all these capacity building grants, which is there has been a plethora of such grants that with multiple conditions attached to those conditional grants. We think that at some point it does reach or pass a point of fatigue of reporting and administrative costs attached to it. That it may be better and more efficient if we consolidate those capacity building grants into one more financial flow, more easily unmonitored financial flow, and that the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, enacting this Section 105(3) of the Municipal Systems Act, should implement mechanisms to undertake this critical evaluation of the impact of the regulations. Again, we're going back to the point about how the interventions should be fully differentiated and identified. And the cost-benefit analysis is put again before you. And given that the current monitoring and support framework is applied uniformly, again, we don't want that one-size-fits-all approach, and that should ensure, Minister of Finance, that provincial treasuries are effectively capacitated to undertake their oversight and support role of local governments. Honourable Chair members, you may notice that in the workings of the provincial treasury, the tariffs should actually have gone through the provincial approvals, but that is generally as per the legislation, but it's not always carried out in that way. Government should also finally should review the specific legislation, and that on this oversight role, that is not a big brother role, it's an oversight role. And then Chapter 10, just elevating some of the issues around leadership, management, and governance for sustainable public service delivery. I shall go straight to the point, and which is that we noticed this, and also earlier explained, that there's tons of leakages in the system of government finance, at that irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful, as also been noted by the Auditor General of South Africa, in this lack of consequence management. And that consequence management should not just be implemented at the end nodes. It's actually straight from the top, from the executive heads, down to the very low of the system, in order for it to take real effect. The Minister, therefore, in terms of the recommendations, we recommend that Minister of Finance should ensure that commitment of compliance with legislation and policy frameworks is formalized with all participants in infrastructure projects. That is the case study that we have conducted that showed that that it should have that financial consequences for that compliance failures. In other words, money that can't be spent fully in 1 year and that it gets surrendered back to the National Revenue Fund. It should not somehow be explained away and then be reissued again. The Minister of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs should review the intergovernmental coordination policy framework. We do have an act, the IGFR Act. However, how it's being implemented is not always fully understood. And that is where we find the loopholes for this infrastructure delivery tends to fail through those little leakages there and there, and through things like delays and so forth. The Minister of Finance in the Division of Revenue should incentivize consequence management. Very often that the money goes to certain purposes, that it is either we talk about penalties, we talk about withholding of grants and so forth. We're encouraging rather instead of negative consequence management, one may think as in economics, that we bring in positive reinforcements, positive incentive into consequence management in terms of the financial flows. And with that, Honourable Chair, and back to my chair, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the chairperson, Dr. Mbavu, wants to add anything, or can we then hand over for discussion, questions, comments?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. I think we can hand over to you now. We'll accept any discussion, comments, or questions.
Thanks, Dr. Mbavu. All right, colleagues, the floor is open to you.
You
Chair.
Unmute, Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I was saying that the document that has been presented to us is one that I think all of us, colleagues, should go through. The findings and recommendations would be very useful in our oversight work in the various portfolio and standing committees that we serve in, because some of these things are issues that, when it comes to budgets, when it comes to reporting on performance, are things that we should actually be looking at. But let me then hand over, colleagues, by a show of hands. Those of you who wish to comment, discuss, ask questions. I can see the hand of Honourable Papas. Is there anybody else? Okay. Let me hand over to you.
Les Governor, I got my hand up.
Okay, Honourable Papas, Honourable Governor. Anybody else, please shout out. I may not see your hand. Doesn't mean that I'm ignoring you. Okay, so we have the two for now. Let's take you, starting with Honourable Papas.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much as well for the very insightful presentations. Chairperson, my question relates to Chapter 4 in particular, and I'm not sure if the research goes into this depth, or perhaps there is other research that we can draw on to further our understanding of Chapter 4, and that speaks to local government and the decline there in terms of the economy. But Two of the points mentioned, although in brief, the first one was around capacity of local government to actually support local economic development, which is, or should be at least, as the presentation points out, the main focus of trying to rebuild the economy and create jobs. The second then is, so the capacity is the first one. The second one then is, which was mentioned more at the end of the presentation, was around consequence management. And I want to try and link the two, Chairperson, to say, while there may be a lack of capacity to ensure local economic development in municipalities, and especially our smaller municipalities, how far, or does the research point to the lack of ability to track what municipalities are supposed to implement? So we have fantastic IDPs that cost millions of rands. We have SDBIPs that are presented on a monthly basis and quarterly reports, etc. But there doesn't seem to be a link between real deliverables and KPIs in the case of municipalities and what local economic development at its core theoretically is supposed to deliver. So my question is there more research that is available for us to look at how best to better create KPIs at local government level in order to ensure the local economic development that was spoken about in this particular presentation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honourable Papas. Honourable Governor.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. You did say that you are not ignoring us. One governor cannot ignore the other. Chair, thank you very much to the presenters for the very informative presentation that were done. Chair, coming from a social development background, in the portfolio committee, we are always asking about the status of the means test. Where is it right now, and is it going to be implemented, and how it's going to be implemented? And what I was interested to note is that the presenter spoke about an asset-based system of means testing. Now, I would like to get a little more insight into what is actually meant by an asset-based system of means testing. If the presenter can give us a bit more information on that. Then I think it was chapter 4 where the presenter spoke about structural inefficiencies within the system. Can we get a sense of what are those structural inefficiencies and how we can overcome those? Because if we are going to have a more effective governance system, we need to know where we are falling short. And if there are structural inefficiencies, we need to know how we can overcome them, and we can only do that if we know where they are. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Governor. Is there anybody else who wants to have a bite at questions? Okay, before I hand over to the team from the Finance and Fiscal Commission, just to remind us that some of the recommendations, one of the things that has come out very strongly in terms of local economic development, in fact, economic development is the issue of localization and the elimination of fiscal leakages. Also, just to remind us that they are also talking about multiplier effects of funds that are put into the system and grants, etc. Those are some of the things. There are obviously more things. Let me hand over to the members of the Commission. I'm not sure who's going to be taking these responding to the two sets of questions.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I will ask my fellow colleagues who was willing to ask. The first question was on local government, specifically the decline in local government. And the second question was on the capacity of local government. I'm not sure if one of my colleagues will answer that on local government. Let's start with that one. Maybe Commissioner Fowler, you can address the question on the capacity of local government.
Also, sorry, just there was a request about where research in relation to this could be accessed.
Yes, absolutely, as well.
Perhaps I could start with the last two questions, which is really about the tracking mechanisms and where there is research available. First of all, let me state that the tracking mechanisms and the performance management is an area that requires quite some significant capacity. And it's one of the areas that we are indicating that there should be, more support from national and provincial governments to ensure that there is that capacity to do that. The way economic development is stimulated mostly in municipalities is really through infrastructure development. And most of the infrastructure development is really funded from national and provincial government through housing, etc. But the basic services are funded by the municipalities in the funds they collect from people paying for the services of water, electricity, etc. But in most cases, and for example, one could give that the maintenance of this infrastructure is not really maintained well. For example, in one province, the Northwest, Lichtenberg, I think it's called, the factory there, a cheese-making factory, one of the largest cheese-making factories in the country, closed down because of lack of services. And really, those are the kinds of issues that one really does need to look at. But the tracking mechanisms would mean ensuring that you are able to track what areas your infrastructure is having the most impact. And that is being done by some municipalities. So if, for example, in KZN, the eThekwini municipality is probably one of the best performing municipalities when it comes to tracking their public safety and ensuring that, because public safety is also a key question in relation to economic development, and eThekwini has best practice on that. In Gauteng, the Ekurhuleni municipality has done fairly well in the area of people participating in the process. And in the Western Cape, you have municipalities that where they have done fairly effective work on accountability. And in Johannesburg, they have been able to track where their funding goes and which investments really give effective return from an economic perspective. So that would be the two areas where I would say that one could look. I would probably get Chen to add on whether the Commission has done any more research in this area. Those would be the key areas. The fiscal leakages, of course, is the point that the chairperson, Governor, has mentioned. That is one of the key areas that you have to look at to ensure that that's addressed. Perhaps Jen or the others could.
Thank you. I think Mr. Chen.
Chen.
Thank you, Commissioner and Chair and my Chair. Let me go through the questions, and thank you for the very interesting ones, especially when it comes to local governments. Let me start off perhaps with this issue around small capacity and local government, and then we appreciate the question around that we spend so much on the IDPs and these sort of other mandates, as someone might call it. And then, of course, you remember, Honourable Chair members, that very often you may have heard the issue around unfunded or non-funded or underfunded mandates. I think all of it can be summarized into one issue, which is that going back to the basics, local government by constitution should focus on basic services. And those are just 3, maybe 4 things: water, electricity, refuse, and then maybe if you want to combine sort of refuse and water together into sanitation. I think, or we think perhaps that looking at all these very sophisticated, nonetheless, IDP plans about many other things, local development, we should have a green economy here, there. I think if we can't get those basics right first, I think anything beyond that is a bit of a dream that is hard to fulfill. So I think perhaps, and there lies the issue of the KPIs should perhaps go back to just getting those units of access to water, get to those units of access to electricity, for instance. I think that would be more useful from both not just the fulfilling the constitutional mandates, but as well as local economic development perspective, because no economy, no local, national, or whatever scope can grow without those, power, energy, and water. That's just a very fundamental understanding of economic growth. In terms of research, about Chair members, let me refer you back to our website, which has got a collation of all the annual submissions that we have conducted in this regard, especially the one that we did for 1920 as well as 2021, where we looked specifically at the local government sphere issues. And that is where, for instance, we also did a very detailed analysis of the back to basics. And one of the big issues is somewhat related to this, of this IDP and KPIs, and why despite the interventions of 139, nothing seems to improve. In fact, more municipalities have become dysfunctional over the years, is that those back to basics, for example, initiatives have got one of the measurable outputs is meetings, number of meetings. As long as you have many meetings, it's a tick in the box. So with that, let me also quickly move to other very good questions. One is a means test. I think what we are saying is that essentially that despite all the good intentions of the social assistance and the targetedness and good coverage of these social assistance, is that we still sometimes would find, someone who is receiving these assistance, but somehow, if you look at the number of properties under their names, they've got a farm here, they've got 2 apartments there, and a house in maybe Gauteng, things like that. So there is some form of that sort of misallocation, just by virtue of the fact that the means test is income based. It doesn't consider those asset-based wealth, if you like, or source of income and capital income, for instance, that is missed in this means test. And by that means, there should be a wider consideration of that testing and targetedness to initiate, to allocate, so that every sense of the social assistance is achieving its most, if not more, efficiency as well as effectiveness of alleviating the real poor. Then the last one by you, Honourable Chair. This product value chain is absolutely I think a key issue that has also been mentioned at national parliament. You're quite correct that this local development, I think South Africa, we are still missing, and this is after 2 or 3 years of deliberating on this, right? That what is it that South Africa makes at the end of the day, right? What is that product? And not when we say that product, what we're also saying in terms of the value chain concept is that one should think from that product. There are obviously the primary goods, right, and then the intermediary goods to all the way to the final goods, which we call now products. And it's all that production chain that we would like that to be localized in South Africa, so that we don't end up in a situation like, for example, in mining, we do dig up those raw minerals, but we then ship them overseas to refine and then buy them back at much higher price. And then, so there is a lot of the sort of the production values, value adds that we miss out on as an economy. And with that, in fact, this, if one looks into the literature of GDP, how do we measure GDP? The productivity of our economy, which would like to own the entire spreadsheet from the raw to the intermediary to the final to be South African based, so that we get that full value add in our productivity and our product value chain. With that, thank you, Chair. May I, with your permission, though, ask our local government specialist, Dr. Nkube, to say something about that research, as he has been conducting years of research on this matter.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the research aspect, I would like to point members to, besides our own research, which Chen has mentioned, there's actually a very fresh research on capacity, which National Treasury is in the draft stage. And that particular research is important for a number of reasons, because the question they are asking is, South Africa has been investing in excess of 2 billion annually on capacity building initiatives, but the returns to these initiatives are really very, very low. And what are the reasons? So this research is beginning to grapple with the questions of really what is capacity, who must be capacitated, because the focus has been capacitated on some officials, and sometimes you even leave political heads like political committees like PACs, municipal public accounts committees, audit committees. Those have no capacity to challenge what the executive is saying. So this holistic study is trying to come up with recommendations on how capacity in the local government can be built. So there is a study which is coming from National Treasury on the issue of capacity, which members can actually interrogate in a couple of weeks to come. Then there was a question on inefficiencies, structural inefficiencies. I think the point the Commission is trying to raise on that one is that municipalities need to do some introspection, to look at their systems, their regulations, their policies and bylaws, to see which ones are hindering investment or which ones are impeding investment. And also, as I have pointed out, that the case of this company in Northwest leaving that particular municipality is due to inefficiencies in that particular municipalities, which have resulted in service delivery falling apart. So there is a need for municipalities to look at these issues, these inefficiency issues which are impeding growth in their own municipalities and creating jobs. They should also look at their organograms. Some of them these organograms are too huge, yet the municipality is not generating enough resources to afford these organograms, staffing levels, and so in a way, we're saying that there are a lot municipalities should do an introspection and look at structural inefficiencies within their own spaces and try and eliminate those to encourage investment. Thank you, Chair.
Very much. I think, colleagues, the Commission has given us a very good presentation, and let me then take the opportunity to thank them for this. As I say, I would urge. I see that a copy of the document has been circulated to us on our emails. I would urge everyone to go through it, and would have liked to have spent a bit more time, but I must also tell you that my colleagues are all very, very much caught up. There's this tight time frame for local government, depending on the outcome of the court case tomorrow, but everybody is rushing. So unfortunately, we have not had as many members here, but the document has been circulated, and we will ensure that members are briefed. So thank you very much, Dr. Mbava and your team, and you've had to hit the ground running as the chair of the commission. We wish you well, and we look forward to meeting with you again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we'll then close this meeting with the Finance and Fiscal Commission, and with thanks to the the head of the commission and her team.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.